Okay. Now you guys should be able to hear me. Good morning, beautiful people. You guys should be able to hear me now. How is everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a beautiful morning. I hope you guys are having an absolutely wonderful morning as we get in, especially over on the TikTok side. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We are here for some debates. God dang it, that's taking too long. La 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 la, wait till I get my money right. Everybody to be living it up, what I do. Everybody to be living it up, what you do. Everybody be living it up, what do I do? My love for you. Yeah. Rule, baby. Good morning, beautiful people. As we get in, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin, and we'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We're going to get started here in just a moment. We are looking for some debates. So only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We have to talk about it. America is declined. And I think it's super important that we talk about this. I think not only is it super important that we talk about it, but we address the reasons why, because it's breaking news, and hell, it just continues to be more and more true every single day, starting with, of course, the Republican Party. The Republican Party is the party of destruction. I don't think anyone is willing to debate that point. So I'm just going to speed past that one, because even like people that claim to be Republicans, people that claim to be MAGA or conservative or anything like that, openly admit that the Republican Party is just a shit show. So I think I can speed past that one. Something that a lot of people have been struggling with, and I think it reared its ugly head in full force yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't pop back up in more dramatic effect today, is the fact that white privilege goes hand in hand with white supremacy. It's literally two sides of the same coin. It's literally two wings of the same bird. And for those people who, for some reason, deny white privilege, but at the same time say, oh, white supremacy is bad, or just deny both things, you have a lack of understanding as far as how things work. And like, this is why our country is where we are today. That's the problem, right? But then we also got to talk about capitalism. We got to talk about capitalism. The fact that capitalism doesn't work for us. And there's no greater example of capitalism not working for us, but working for the ultra wealthy than Elon Musk. The fact that the United States of America created the first ever trillionaire, and it was, Elon Musk, but yet I love how Republicans are like, oh, capitalism, da 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 da, and then we send aid, to other countries, and it's like, well, instead of doing this, we could be helping veterans here in the U.S. You guys don't want to help vets. You guys don't care about vets. You get mad that we're sending money to other countries, but you also don't want to help people in our country because you think it's a handout. It's weird, but it's all driven by capitalism. You got a new heart, me baby? That's cool. So like we can't actually speed past that one. The Iran war. So I made the proclamation that the U.S., we lost. Give it up, right? And the most interesting thing about that is what's happened since. I don't know if you guys heard this yet, but the breaking news this morning, the ceasefire has already been violated. What up, Sorsha? That was in the chat for Sorsha. The actual ceasefire that we had in place with Iran has already been violated, and the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down again. And that's all because of Israel. Israel won't stop attacking Lebanon, and since Israel won't stop attacking Lebanon, which was part of the ceasefire agreement, the Strait of Hormuz shut down. It's been broken. So that's where we are today. Last but not least, and I saw this in full force yesterday, right? Super interesting. Even people who are FBA or BLAGA or Black conservatives or whatever, even on Juneteenth, they couldn't help but show how ashamed they are to be Black. It's super interesting. And they do this because they think that by rejecting who they are as a Black person, that they will get some type of proximity to power when it comes to the current patriarchal system, or of course, white men sit at the top. But them thinking that if they've in full-throatedly reject their Blackness in the sense of like, oh, we're all just human, we're all just people, what we can do anything, and then acquiescing to people on the Republican Party and denying that Black people's civil rights are just being dismantled, destroyed. Like, there's the one thing that I talk about all the time, and there still hasn't been like any Black Republican, BLAGA, FBA, anyone that's actually been willing to address this, the fact that coming up in this 2026 midterms, there are no Black Republicans that are seeking re-election for office. None. Every single Black Republican either, took a different route or lost their primary. Like that's how it's been. So all of this is gotten to the point where there's no way that you can say that you're pro-Black, but then at the same time support the Republican Party. Just doesn't work that way. Anywho, those are the reasons why the country has declined. If you disagree with anything, get in the box. We're only going looking for some debates. And hey, George 2026, it looks like my mods have already put you in the kibosh. They put you in the cocaine clutch. Listen, for all of those keyboard warriors, those thumb thugs, people who for some reason think that you're going to get a chance to actually run your mouth in our comment section without getting up here and saying with your chest, you got us fucked up. My mods are going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it. So if you are someone who thinks that you're going to be able to voice your dissatisfaction with the live by hiding in the comment section, you are wrong. You are wrong. My mods won't allow it. I won't allow it. You might as well get your main account, get in the box, and say it with your chest, because if you don't, then you're not going to get to say it at all. With that being said, let's go ahead and get this thing cranked up. If you are someone that disagrees with anything on the background and support Donald Trump, go ahead and request up. If you're friendly, tap the screen and share the live. Knock out the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. Right now, it's the pink heart puffs. Share the live maybe once or twice with someone, but sharing the live to your stories and reposting it to your stories is like way more important. One of the best things that you can do. So go ahead and knock those things out for me. I'm going to start getting people in here for some debates in just a moment. Let's get it going.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level. I peel layers, and every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flying, mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts. Got milk for these donuts. So pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boost and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rep, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts. So pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana.
Welcome in.
Bring your sources or
Please.
bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
Yep.
What?
Yep. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. FYI, to all the thumb thugs in the comment section, you're not going to get the yip yap in the comment section. You're not. So either you're going to get up here and say it with your chest or you're not going to say it at all. Don't be shocked when you're muted. And if you're here on the spam account, then you have to come on your main account.
Thank you.
If you're unwilling to actually come up here on your main account, then I'm just going to go ahead and block you. I don't accept troll accounts because that's a coward move, right? If you're willing to actually sit back and hide in the comment sections behind a troll account, then like you're not going to get up here. You're not going to get up here. So with that being said, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, knock out the daily gift goal. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. In the meantime, in between time, as we wait for someone to get the testicular fortitude to actually join the live, I do want to talk about what I was kind of speaking on a little bit earlier, which is the fact that the ceasefire that we have with Iran has already been broken. Like, that's the crazy thing. The ceasefire that we just signed has already been broken. And the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down again. This just happened this morning. And it goes back to Israel. And the funny thing about people on the right, because there's a whole anti-Israel movement on the right, but the anti-Israel movement on the right is not fueled by the fact that there's a genocide happening in Gaza. It's fueled by the fact that, we got a bunch of people on the right that are anti-Semitic, which is fucking wild because it allows Jewish people that are on the right to weaponize anti-Semitism. But the anti-Semitism is coming from the side of the aisle that they're on. I digress. So the people on the right who claim to be like anti-Israel still support the people who support Israel. It's fucking mind-blowing. So I knew this was going to happen. Like, this was a foregone conclusion that the actual ceasefire was going to be null and void, honestly, because they have 60 days. They have 60 days to actually solidify the peace agreement. And then after 60 days, it's the responsibility of both the U.S. and Iran to extend the ceasefire agreement. Well, I didn't think that was going to happen. So I thought that was a bit of a moot point to begin with. I didn't expect it to collapse this quickly. That's the problem that I had. While I did expect it to collapse, I didn't expect it to collapse this quickly. So that's where we are. If you guys don't mind, to get more people in here, if you don't mind, please keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, share the live to your story. We don't want to spam share because spam sharing hurts the live. But share the live to your story and repost it. Reposting it puts it on your FYP. And so if there are people who may wind up on your FYP, they'll see when you repost it. So repost the live as well. A couple other things that I want to talk to you guys about as we get ready to, as we wait for someone to actually somehow gain the testicular fortitude to join the live. Something else I want to talk to you guys about is the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Memorial reflector pool. Kenneth, thank you so much, but you only want to share like once or twice. You don't want to spam share. That negatively impacts the live. Talking about the Lincoln Memorial why do I keep saying Lincoln Memorial? Washington Memorial reflecting pool. As we know, that they gave a no bid contract. I think it was somewhere between $10 to $15 million, a no bid contract to a preferred contractor by Trump, which he kept moving the goalpost, saying like, "Oh, I know them," and then I gave him a couple bids, and then like, "Oh, I actually don't know them." He kept moving the goalpost, but I digress. And they drained the actual pool. They said they fixed the holes, and they put down a new layer of paint that's supposed to be like American flag blue, right? They put down a new coat of paint, and it's American flag blue. And within a week, they were dumping hydrogen peroxide into the pool, right? Now, at first I was like, what the fuck is that? And so I had to go look it up, and I did see like that's a standard practice, right? To help fight off algae, and like it's a whole process when it comes to like shocking the pool and da-da-da-da-da-da. So that was a normal thing, but it was weird that they were doing that so quickly after they did all the repairs, and then they filled it up and everything was G to G, right? It was weird that they did that so soon after they had finished doing the work. Well, come to find out, there's a massive algae outbreak that the people who apparently are in charge can't control, don't know how to handle. And it was like there was like film that was kind of going from the edges of the reflector pool. And a bunch of people on the right was like, "Oh, you guys are so stupid. That's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to like come from the edges and then go to the middle and da-da-da-da-da." Well, really what it was is that American flag blue paint has already come up. It ate away at the paint. The paint has already started to surface. Like literally, they spent $10 to $15 million on this, and in a week, it's a complete shit show. It's literally a complete shit show, and so much so that like they've had to replace the actual company that did the work originally, and now they have brought people in from across the country, and they're spending more money on Donald Trump's pet project that is a fucking disaster. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. That's someone in the box. Guys, make sure only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Knock out the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting that to these little 1-cent gift goals that'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, what up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? What up, Kick? You can send a super chat and I will read that out. Also, if you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you want to debate me, guess what? You do not have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that link that's in the pinned message, and you can come over and debate me. You don't have to have TikTok to come over and debate me. Someone said, what is FBA? If you don't know what FBA is, then that's not your topic. Sorry, friend. Sorry. If you don't know what that is, that's not your topic. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $1 donation saying, how much did the paint, paint cost? Wait, how did paint cost that much? Yeah, like it's not that the paint costs that much, but the entire process, like I understand it being a costly process when it came to pairing the reflective pool, but the issue is they gave out a no bid contract. I mean, like, they literally just gave it to a friend of a friend, right? And the friend of the friend did an ass job, and that's what it boils down to. So W's in the chat for Sarah. Thank you so much for that $1 donation. W's in the chat as well for Jenny. Jenny sent a $5 donation. Jenny said, wish I could give more. Jenny, no, you're fucking awesome. Thank you. $5 is a lot. The economy is crazy. I appreciate the hell out of you. You sent a $5 donation saying, wish I could send more. Happy Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth. I'm white and I know I'm privileged. You helped teach me more, and I'm so grateful for you. I'm like, legitimately, I'm so happy that you said that. I just want to make sure that we are always in a community where we're learning and growing together. Like, that's the most important thing to me. So as long as we can learn and grow together, then I'm G to G. Like, not gonna hold you. As long as we can learn and grow together, I am literally good. I don't know if this person's gonna load. Mellow Cash, it looks like you're not loading. If you want to actually request back up, then go ahead and do so. If you want to request back up, go ahead and hop back in the request, and I'll bring you back in. Looks like you didn't load. Guys, keep in mind, only request up if you are a Trump supporter, or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Darrow, who sent a $19.99 YouTube super chat to say, fellow Washingtonian, I was wondering if you've been seeing people outside grocery stores saying that they want to repeal the Washington millionaires tax that we have in the state. Was curious your opinion. I haven't seen people saying that, and it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me, not in the sense that, oh, there's a genuine movement for people that want to repeal the millionaires tax in Washington state. It's more so in the sense of, like, when rich and wealthy people, like, are quote unquote disenfranchised, and the only way that you can quote unquote disenfranchise wealthy people is to not let them make as much money as they could possibly make. But I digress. When you put them in a situation where you're holding them accountable and you know, your taxes and things like that, then what they do is they spend money to protect their money. Like, let's not be fooled by what this is. When someone who makes a lot of money, ultra wealthy people, the reason why they hire CPAs is not to pay their taxes properly. It's not to avoid going to jail. It's literally to find as many loopholes and exploit the tax code system to the furthest extent, so they can pay as little taxes as possible. So when you talk about, like, a millionaire's tax, and you start seeing, like, everyday people out saying, like, hey, this is wrong, we shouldn't be taxing these millionaires and billionaires, it's not because they really believe that. They're literally paid actors. So that's my opinion on that. No, fuck that. Tax the ultra wealthy, tax corporations. Hell, tax me if that means that everyone gets universal health care. I've said this over and over and over and over and over. I don't mind paying more in taxes if that means that everyone has access to health care. Like, that's something that I truly stand for, and that's something I truly believe. And I've never gotten people who are like, well, if we have universal health care, then your taxes are going to go up. So the fuck what? Like, our tax dollars literally go to dropping bombs on children. Not even hyperbolically speaking, our tax dollars go to literal bombs to drop on children's schools. And you think I'm scared of my tax dollars going towards healthcare? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. That's stupid. Anyway, that was in chat for Kimberly for the $1.99 super chat to say, the art of the deal maker in chief. Yeah, like, I'll never forget how people pretend as if Donald Trump is some type of great deal maker. Like, that's the wildest shit. When I tell you, I'm going to keep it funky with you. And when I'm not on live, I listen to other people's lives, right? And I like scrolling through lives and listening to other people. And someone was on a live, and it was a young white guy, and he didn't know anything about anything, but he was so confident. He was so confident in what he was talking about, while at the same time admitting he didn't know shit about shit. And then while being so confident and at the same time not knowing shit about shit, he got dog walked, wouldn't admit it, left. And then an older white man came in and did the same thing. And so from that point, right, I made a decision. And this is like a personal decision of mine. And this is something I'm like, I'm going to make sure I tell, my community, we got to live by this. Guys, we got to live by the fact that we will absolutely walk around moving forward with the confidence of mediocre white men. We need to start having the same exact confidence as mediocre white men, because the way they move through this world with the confidence of not knowing shit, and guys, we actually know shit. Yeah. We got to start moving through this world with the confidence of mediocre white men. Ain't no fucking way. Apply for that job. Walk into the bank, get that loan. Fucking do all of it. you are enough. Like, you are fucking enough. So that person didn't load. W's in the chat as well for Just Devin for the $2 super chat to say Trump made the swamp in a reflecting pool. Yeah, like Donald Trump said he was going to drain the swamp, and literally brought a literal swamp to DC in multiple ways. It's fucking insane. But yet he's going to drain the swamp. That's interesting. Also, W's in the chat for Tiffany, who sent out a YouTube membership subscription. W's in the chat for Tiffany. Thank you so much for sending that YouTube membership subscription out. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, and it's only one coin. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you want to debate me, the only thing you have to do is hit that link, and you can come up and debate me. So another thing that I want to talk about, actually, let me reset this daily gift code real quick. Okay, so this is kind of off the beaten path for me, guys. But roll with me for a second. I promise you, I think you guys will be as entertained with this as I was entertained with it. You guys know what sovereign citizens are? Have you guys seen these quote unquote sovereign citizens? Yeah. Okay. So yesterday I was on the old Bird app, right? And while on the Bird app, I ended up going down a rabbit hole of sovereign citizens. And for anyone who doesn't know what sovereign citizens are, they're people that live in the United States of America, and they say that they're not American citizens, but they're sovereign citizens. And they usually use this line of talking to say that they have the ability to subvert the United States government, and it's usually with law enforcement, right? Job of the Butt. Cool name. I see you follow me. I sent you a request. I'm going to mute you. Don't be a coward. Come up here. It's interesting that you follow me. Come up here and talk to me, bub. You're not going to come up here and talk to me? Yeah. You fucking coward. Legitimately, I don't even care about how cowardice you are. That just speaks to like how chicken shit you are to, be a thumb thug, but at the same time won't even come up to actually engage. Anywho, these sovereign citizens, right? They use the line of saying like, "Oh, I'm traveling." Like every situation that I've seen these sovereign citizens in, they got suspended driver license. They don't want to pay taxes, or they did something and their fucking driver's license has been suspended, and so they go along the lines of like, "Oh, I'm traveling," and every sovereign citizen has the right to travel. And since they have the right to travel, they don't need a registration, they don't need license, they don't need insurance because they're a sovereign citizen and they have the right to travel, right? That's the thing. So the interesting thing about that, because I went down the rabbit hole watching that, and every single sovereign citizen that I saw had something in common. Does anybody want to guess what's that thing in common that those sovereign citizens had? All of them had one thing in common. Y'all said it, not me. Y'all said it, not me. To all my white friends out there, to all the amazing white people that are in my community, that I share spaces with, that I love and appreciate, why? How? Why do they have the nerve to do that? And even more so, like, it's fucking mind-blowing, because I saw one old white guy, like, literally telling the cop, like, the cop pulled him over, and the cop was like, give me your ID. And he was like, nope, not gonna give you my ID. Not only did he say, I'm not giving you my ID, he gave the cop a fucking questionnaire and told the cop to fill out this questionnaire before he answers any questions. I was like, what? God damn. That white man told the cops, before I answer any of your questions, I'm gonna make you do some homework. I said, what the fuck? I said, not in my blackest ass dreams would I ever imagine a black person being able to get some shit off like that against the cops. And the cops were being so polite. I'm not gonna do it. No. And the guy was like, no, you fell out. I'm not answering your questions. And the cop was like, listen, you're gonna answer my question. He's like, no, I'm not, pal. You read this paper. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Hey, good vibes. Why are you here every day if you never come up? If you're chicken shit and you just want to actually come and cry in my comment section, why the fuck are you here? You're such a weirdo. I don't go places and share spaces with people I don't like, but for some reason, you guys fucking love me. And it's because jealousy is just love and hate at the same time. Like, if we're going to be honest, that's all jealousy is. It's love and hate at the same time. And that's why you guys can't stop fucking watching. Same as this guy here, DJ, whatever. I'm gonna mute you as well. I'm willing to bet that this DJ person is the same person as the good vibes person. Anywho, I just like, and this is a genuine question for like my white friends. Where did you guys get the nerve? And I'm not even saying that in a like, you have some nerve. I'm like, where the fuck did you guys get the courage to do that shit? Like, I'm not even like saying, oh, how dare you? I'm saying, like, who the fuck taught you could do that? Not gonna hold you. That's the most like that's the shit. And that's the time that I'm impressed with white people, especially white men. Like, I'm legitimately impressed with them at that time. Because no matter who no one else would do that shit. Anywho, I just think it's interesting that they take this approach of being like, "Oh, I'm a sovereign citizen," and a lot of times, like, it's white privilege. And the craziest shit is that they get humbled. They get humbled. I don't know. It's fucking wild. When I started down a rabbit hole yesterday, I went down another rabbit hole, and this speaks to the justice system, right? And this cop had pulled this lady over, right? And the lady gets out the car, and he's like, "Ma'am, why didn't you stop?" And she was like, "I didn't realize you were trying to pull me over." And he's like, "Yeah, I put on my lights behind you. Why wouldn't you stop?" And she said, "Because I'm the district attorney." He said, "Yeah, but you were speeding." She was like, "I was only doing 20 over. Yes, I was doing 55 and a 35, but I'm the district attorney." And the cop was like, "Well, ma'am, but like, you just admitted that you were breaking the law, that you were doing 20 miles over the speed limit. So, like, I had to stop you, but you drove all the way to your house." And then she was like, "Yeah, I don't care. I'm the district attorney." She said, "I got other things to worry about. Call such and such." She said, "Go get on the phone with such and such." Because the cop had followed her home because she didn't pull over. She just kept driving until she got home. Right. And so the cop pulled her over, or didn't even pull her over. He pulled in behind her driveway, and she was getting out of the car. And so she was like, "Yeah, I'm the DA. Call such and such. I don't have time for this." And she gives the cop her phone, and she's just walking around, and he's like, "Ma'am, you can't do this." And she's like, basically like, "Fuck you." And the cop's like, "I'm just doing my job. I don't understand why you're so upset." And she's like, "Because I got other shit to worry about." And she's like walking around. She goes in the house, and the cop's like, "Ma'am, you can't do that. Get back out here. This is a traffic stop." And she was like, "Do I need to show you my badge?" Like, "Do I need to show you my badge?" And it's like, "I understand that, but you broke the law and you kept driving and like, I didn't." She's like, "I kept driving because I was on the phone." The cop was like, "You can't be on the phone and drive." And she's like, "Yes, you can. Hands free. I know the law better than you." And he was like, "Okay, but like, you still broke the law and you just admitted that you broke the law." And she's like, "Yeah, I don't care. I'm the DA." So that one actually spoke to, it's funny how the police officers, the people that say that they believe in the criminal justice system, and even more so the people that claim that they want to uphold the criminal justice system, it's not really about upholding the criminal justice system. It's literally about making sure that you and people that you like are rewarded the way that you want to be rewarded by the criminal justice system, while negatively impacting people that you deem less than or need to be actually punished by the criminal justice system. Like, that's literally what it is. What up, Edith? Welcome in, Ari Ray. Welcome in, Ari Ray. As you get in, tap screen share the live, send your daily heart me. Howdy, partner. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, if we don't mind, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 150,000 likes. And yeah, we'll keep going. So they want the criminal justice system to be weaponized and work for them the way that they want it to, but they want to be able to punish the people that they want to punish, right? And it's like heavily shown in the case with Carmelo Anthony, right? And people say, "Oh, Santana, you make everything about race. Why is it always about race?" Because literally that's what the fuck all this shit is built on. Like, you can't tell me that it's not about race when there's a 3-tier justice system. You get treated one way if you're super wealthy, you get treated one way if you're white, and then you get treated one way for everyone else. It's literally a 3-tier justice system. Like, the justice system fucks with intersectionality, which is crazy. But when you talk about like them weaponizing that, and you look at Carmelo Anthony not only got a quote unquote speedy trial, they had his trial on the fucking weekend. When have you guys known the government to work on the fucking weekend? They wanted to put him in jail so bad that they held his trial on the weekend. The government was like, we will work on the weekend to put this black guy in jail. What? The government will shut down for no fucking reason. And they worked on the weekend? Hey, that was in the chat. Thank you so much for the future encounter. And when you talk about his trial, he had a trial that was represented by people that were not his peers, right? There was no accurate representation for people that may have looked like him. And I mean, let's not fool ourselves. I mean, having a trial is supposed to be a trial of your peers. There's no proper representation that was available for Carmelo Anthony during this trial. And then this is the fuck shit, guys. This is the fuck shit. They found Carmelo Anthony guilty and sentenced him to 35 years in the same day. Carmelo Anthony was found guilty and sentenced in the same day. When the fuck does that happen? So not only did they have his trial on the weekend, now the government apparently works on the weekend, they had his trial on the weekend, there were no black people that were part of the jury. He was found guilty and sentenced in the same fucking day. They said, you're guilty, 35 years. Boom. And now, more evidence is coming out. The stories have changed. Well, it was a knife. Well, actually, it wasn't a knife. It was a tool that was used for cleaning cleats. Carmelo Anthony wasn't supposed to be there. Well, actually, he was. He wasn't suspended. He was supposed to be on school grounds. He was actually able to be there. Oh, the twins. Actually, the Metcalf twins, were known as bullies, and not just bullies around the school. Apparently, were bullies towards their own dad and had a record from beating up their dad. So I find it super interesting when it comes to like all these new things. Sorry, guys. So there's new developments that have occurred and nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. But take a look at Donald Trump's case. Let's be clear. The reason why Donald Timothy Trump is in office today and not in a jail cell is because the criminal justice system made the decision to drag their feet on his trial. And then after he was found guilty, said, let's just wait to sentence him. Let's just hold off and see what happens with this election before we see if Donald Trump has to face accountability within the criminal justice system. That's weird. Said that's because he was elected with the popular vote. That's not why, you donut. That's literally not it. You said you sent your request, like you came up yesterday, but you didn't want to debate something. Are you here to debate, or what are we doing? I mean, I see your request, but I didn't think you were requesting to debate. If you could agree on something, then no. I'm looking for debates. I'm looking to actually debate, not to talk to people that agree. I'm looking for people that disagree. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you want to get a message across, you can drop it in the chat. I read the chat all the time. You can get it to one of the mods, and if it's important enough, they'll get it to me. Or you can send something through the pay links, and I will read or answer any questions. But we are looking for some debates with people to come up. Duke of Florida, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background over on YouTube? Duke of Florida, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background over on YouTube? Duke of Florida going once. Duke of Florida going twice. All right, you can try to request back up. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Ref, fuck off. Fuck off, you troll account. Like, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying in the comments. Either get up here or shut up. I don't care. Like, what are we doing? Not you, Rail. It was someone named Ref. Not you. Not you, Rail. Oh. Person did not add. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. So, Donald Trump was literally saved by the criminal justice system. And people want to pretend as if there's not a three-tier justice system. Like, let's be honest. Do you guys remember Dylan Roof? Hey, love to Italy. W's in the chat for Italy. Italy, you guys, listen. America, the citizens, we need to be more like Italians because they stand on big business. Anyway, yep. You guys remember Dylan Roof? I remember Dylan Roof intimately because, one, I'm from South Carolina. Two, at that time I was super religious and, going to church all the time. I was going to church on Sundays. I was going to Bible study on Wednesdays, and Sundays before Bible study, we had like church events. I was, New Year's Eve, I was spending New Year's Eve in church praying into the new year and all this other shit, right? And so Dylan Roof in Columbia, South Carolina, a young white man went into a black church in South Carolina, and while being in a black church in South Carolina, had Bible study with a group of black people who welcomed him in, who sat down and worshiped with him. And after he had Bible study with him, he shot and killed him. He mass shooting after studying the Bible with these black people. And then the cops, after getting him, of course, taking him in alive. Dylan Roof, who committed a mass shooting in a church after having Bible study with the church members, was taken in alive by the police. But before they took him in, after mass murder of black people in the church, before they took him in, they took him to Burger King to get a burger. After he killed a bunch of black people, before he was even booked in for processing, they took him to Burger King and let him get a burger. No bullshit. We have the pictures. Yes. Yes. They stopped and they fed him prior to taking him into jail. That's because there's a 3-tier justice system. That's how white supremacy and white privilege works hand in hand. Because if Dylan Roof was black, first of all, he wouldn't have been taken in alive. Second of all, he damn sure wouldn't have been taken to Burger King. But that's that 3-tier justice system. Momo, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying in the comments anymore. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Either get up here or shut the hell up. Like, I don't talk to the comments. As a matter of fact, I just sent you a request. Get up here or shut the hell up. I don't care which one. Okay. Duke of Florida, you're back over on YouTube. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Duke of Florida. All right. I don't know what's happening with your mic, but I can't hear you. So figure that out. And you're welcome. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I own you, Dean, and Parker, fucking pussy bitches. Just broke as fucking bums, yo. Y'all some fucking bums, dude. All y'all are some fucking bums.
How old are you?
I'm 22. How old are you?
I'm 39. So you're 22.
Jesus.
So you're a grown man, right?
Yeah, I am a grown-ass man.
Okay. And you live in society, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you live by yourself? You pay your own bills?
Oh yeah.
So look, I gotta kick you.
Look at your fans reporting me. Look at your fans reporting me.
You look triggered the AI. You're so stupid. You guys are so stupid. Like, the reason why you do that shit is because you know you can't do that. You guys are so fucking weak. He got a violation. It's a 10-minute violation. You can wait 10 minutes and I'll bring you back. Or if you have a different account, come back on your other account. Like, you guys are when I tell you, you guys are such cowards. The reason why you do that shit is because you know that coming in here, the AI will be triggered and they will flag you and you can't stay. You guys are so scared to have a debate because you know you don't know anything. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with any? Okay. Is this you on a different account?
Yes, that is me.
Okay. Seriously, don't do that because that wasn't the chat. That's literally the AI. TikTok AI is super sensitive, so you can't just crash it. Are we good?
I'm fine with that. But like, once again,
wait,
you guys, you
hold on. The question I have is, do you live on your own? You pay your own bills? Not to get too personal. Yeah. I'm not trying to like get in your business, but just in general.
I do. Yeah.
Okay. Do you work a job or do you go to school?
Yeah. I work a job.
Okay. When you work your job, how do you engage with people that you work with?
It's a job by myself. I work at the post office.
Okay.
Mailman.
Okay. I mean, but when you deliver mail, have you ever delivered mail to, like, let's say you're delivering and someone is like, hey, I live here. Can I just go ahead and get the mail? Or you just hand it off or whatever?
Repeat that?
Have you ever had to just like hand off the mail to someone instead of putting it in their box because they're there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. How do you interact with those type of people?
I mean, I show class. I don't show... My type of class isn't your people's type of class,
I'm not talking about quote unquote my people type of class. I'm just talking about you. We can talk about you without you deflecting to me. So the question is, how do you interact with those people?
I interact well. They don't show attitude like you people.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one, you're generalizing, which is super weird, but that's fine. But two, so when you meet these people, you engage with these people, you're a normal person unless they get out of pocket. Is that an accurate statement?
No. I would be fired.
Well, no, I'm not talking about that, but I'm just talking about like general respect unless someone disrespects you. Not to the point where, you would be fired. No one's talking about you losing your job. But just like common decency unless someone disrespects you.
No, once again, I'm not gonna show my type of side I do on TikTok in real life.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna kick you because if you say that and you think TikTok isn't real life, then you're a weirdo. Like, that's the problem. You guys get on the internet and think the internet is just like make believe or some shit. And so since you think it's make believe, you think that you don't have to live by the rules of society because you're online. That's why I don't let you guys come up on troll accounts. Like, literally, that's the reason I don't let people up on troll accounts, because you come up here and you act like this is a fucking avatar for you, like you're in Grand Theft Auto, and you don't even function like a normal person. It's weird. It's weird that you are so detached from reality that you think that you live in this completely different world on the internet where you could just be a complete asshole and crash out when you wouldn't do that in everyday life. The thing about me is I am the exact same person online as I am offline. The same way that I talk to people online is the way that I talk to people offline. The respect that I extend to people is the respect that I extend to people until there's no respect. Like, that's literally how I live my life. And the funny thing about, like, when there's the internet tough guys, and they're just like, oh, you wouldn't say this to me offline, da 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 da. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that to you offline because we wouldn't need to talk. And that's something that I know for a fact is a flaw of mine. I don't do a lot of talking. I do a lot of talking online, offline. But I still don't just pretend as if I can go online and just say the most insane shit. That's weird behavior. I literally recommend therapy. I literally recommend therapy. I don't know. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Duke of Florida, I'm going to give you one more shot. If it doesn't work this time, I'm not doing this anymore. Okay, last attempt. Are you there? All right, still can't hear you. It's a you problem. I think your mic isn't set up correctly. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Debbie's in the chat for Joshua for the $1 donation saying, we still on the hook for the $300 billion? Yes, we are. The $300 billion that's owed to Iran is based off of the Gulf Coast Agreement. I was talking about how the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down again, and because there was a violation of the ceasefire agreement, and it was on the part of Israel attacking Lebanon. And so the ceasefire agreement has already been broken. I wouldn't be shocked if they reinstituted it, but as of right now, it's on hold. I'm like, Iran gets so many wins. I don't think that they would, if they can somehow get the U.S. to curtail Israel, then I'm sure they would be good with, moving forward. So W's in the chat as well for Paris. Holy shit. Paris sent a $20 donation saying, I know it's not a lot. $20 is a lot of fucking money, Paris. Seriously. $20 is a lot of money. But you're a fucking legend, and I adore you and Dean and Parker so much. Please keep using your platform to do all this good. As long as you guys give me the ability to speak, I will continue to speak for you. That's literally why my name is Santana Speaks for You. It's because you guys give me the ability, you give me the voice, and I have to be good stewards of everything that you give me. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Ron Spice King, who sent a $5 donation saying, real recognize real, hashtag salute, hashtag Spice King, hashtag Spice King. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Phoenix for the $1 super chat. Just sent the love. W's in the chat for Phoenix. Phoenix, the genius, for the $5 super chat. Say, forgot to add the message to the last super chat. All good. Finally, able to send super chats. I love your videos. You're awesome. You're way more awesome. Thank you, friend. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $4.99 YouTube super chat. Say, as a white woman, I'm not sure who has more caucasity, white men or white women. LOL. Really appreciate you, Santana, and what you teach us. The answer is white men. White men have the most caucasity because they sit at the top of the patriarchal system. Now, the interesting thing is who comes in at number 2. And I know after reading that, you would think, oh, it's white women. Obviously, if white men are number 1 because they got all the caucasity in the world, then obviously white women, they're number 2. You would be wrong. You would be wrong. White women and black men are literally in a race to try to become white men. White women and black men are literally in a race to try to become white men. And if you disagree on that one, come up here, let's talk about it. I'm willing to talk about that one as well. I'm willing to talk about that one as well. So when you talk about who has the second most caucasity, I don't know if it's white women or black men, but those two are racing to see who can do it better. Super interesting. W's in the chat, though. Thank you so much for that $4.99 YouTube super chat. W's in the chat as well for Gay Uncles, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, please clarify, straight white men, please. Happy to, you're right. Cishet white men, you're absolutely right. W's in the chat for Gay Uncles for that super chat. W's in the chat for Asta's mama for the $5 super chat to say, my ex went down a rabbit hole and ended up claiming to simultaneously be a quote-unquote true patriot and a quote-unquote sovereign citizen. He's my ex for a reason. Sounds like you upgraded, because the fuck. W's in the chat for one brain cell for the $5 super chat to say, it's 100% the fact nobody ever tells white people to be afraid. I'm a white man, and it boggles my mind watching my dad argue with the cops. Literally. Okay. When I tell you, I made a video one time, and I truly, truly mean this, right? I made a video about how black people, like it was a video of like white people who were jumping off buildings into trees. They like literally they were jumping off buildings into trees. And I was like, the fuck, right? I was like, never in my black ass life. And it hit me. White people have to make up dangerous shit to do because they're not normally in danger. Myself, me as a black man, I would never do that shit because I have enough danger in my day-to-day life. White people got to make up dangerous shit to do because they're not in danger on a day-to-day basis. I made a video about how black people can't sleep without being shot by the cops. They can't drive cars without being shot by the cops. They can't even be in distress without being shot by the cops. But white people, they don't have to worry about that. So they jump off buildings into trees, like high ass buildings into trees. And I will never in my black ass life understand that one. It's fucking wild. But, you know, I guess. That was in chat for Joel with the $5 super chat to say, love the hoodie, keep pounding, keep pounding. Bryce winning NFC South again. I agree this year. Also, Dr. Annie beat Lindsey Graham, please. I hope she does. I don't know if she will because, you know, South Carolina is going to South Carolina. But, you know, as a matter of fact, I think I would love to. I might reach out to Dr. Annie. I might see if I can connect with her team. I would love to maybe host her on a live and help push her campaign against Lindsey Graham, because fuck Lindsey Graham. That's why. Like, literally, fuck Lindsey Graham. I might actually do that. W's in the chat as well for for the $2 super chat to say, saying he owes you, saying he owns you right after Juneteenth, shaking my damn head. Funny thing is that, like, he doesn't even own the faculties of himself. He doesn't own himself. He doesn't have self-control to actually own himself, and that's the problem. Right? Over on Twitch, W's in the chat for Legendary, who sent 100 cheer bits. W's in chat for you. W's in chat for Legendary, who sent out 2 community Twitch subs. Oh shit, we got a level 3 hype train. And then Legendary sent out a gifted sub. And then Anonymous sent out a gifted sub. And then we had we completed the hype train and moved to level 4. Let's fucking go. W's in chat for Twitch. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we are looking for some debates. So if you would like to debate me, if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're looking for some debates. America has declined. And the reason why America has declined is for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, the Republican Party is a party of destruction. You guys keep giving Republicans power and they keep taking from us and destroying our country. It's weird, but that's a thing for you guys. White privilege and white supremacy, it's literally the same. It's the 2 sides of the same coin, 2 wings of the same bird. I'll tell you this. If you guys want to truly see how white supremacy and white privilege is 2 sides to the same coin. I don't know if you guys have been watching what's happening lately, right? Dang it. Sorry, 1 second. Wasted some of my coffee. All right. I don't know if you guys have been seeing what's happening lately, right? But for the last couple of days, there's been a couple of trolls coming into my comment section. And the trolls coming into my comment section, hold tight. Let's see. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump supporter. Yeah, disagree or what?
Wait, aren't you ableist?
I was literally just about to talk about that. Fun. Just for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 18.
I can't hear you.
I'm 18.
You're 18. Cool. All right, guy. And are you a white man?
No, I'm Asian.
You're Asian.
Yeah.
You're fucking lying.
I'm not. I'm literally Asian.
You're fucking lying. I don't believe you. Where's your real account?
Real account? This is my real account.
This is not your real account. This is a spam account.
How can you tell like someone's
42 followers? That's why you have 42 followers and you're following 45 people. It's because white men are such cowards that they try to pretend to be other races, because if they admit to being white men, then they know that they lose a lot of credibility in these conversations. But that's fine. I don't care.
How can you tell someone's race by their?
Oh, I can't. I just don't believe you. I mean, that's it. I literally don't believe you. That's why I was saying, where's your real account? But I digress. It's fucking fine. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Hold tight for a second. So, guys, this is literally what I was just getting ready to talk about when it comes to like white supremacy and white privilege being two sides of the same coin, 2 wings of the same bird. You said, aren't I ableist? Why do you say that?
Yeah. Yeah, I was like hearing it around, like circulating around like lives against like Dean and Parker. So I was like wondering why they still platform you.
Oh, okay. So when you say that, what did you see any proof? Did you verify anything, or did you just hear it and then you ran with it?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some proof.
You heard proof. What was the proof?
Yeah. I'm not quite sure, but I mean,
wait. So if you heard proof, then why aren't you sure of what you heard?
I mean, I thought you were gonna address it.
Oh no, I am right now with you, but I want to know, because again, you had the actual gall, unmitigated gall, to come up here and like say, oh, aren't you ableist? But yet you can't substantiate that. You don't think that's a problem? Oh, why would you run? Why did he run? Why did he run? He literally ran. I did not kick him. I was giving him the floor. So I'm going to finish talking about this because this is why they're doing that. This is why they're doing that. It's because they don't have any proof. They just don't like me. Now they can just not like me because it's personal, which I wouldn't get why it's personal, but maybe they just don't like me. They could just not like me because I'm black. I don't know. Sure. But it's not because I'm actually ableist. So for anyone who doesn't know what this is about, because they've been coming in the comment section saying, aren't you ableist? Aren't you ableist? Aren't you ableist? There's a video. So what they're talking about is what happened in September of 2025. Eric, you said Santana is ableist. Come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, but I'm more than willing to talk about it. Like, again, I don't care about you being in the comment section. Get up here and say it with your chest. Like, come up here.
My neck is red.
Hi, Robert. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Santana. My collar's blue and my neck is red. Do you know what to do about that?
Yeah, I would say go get some maple syrup and rub it on there. I would literally say go get maple syrup and maybe some Canadian bacon and slather it on your neck and maybe it'll help. Anywho, like I was saying, they want to keep talking about it. And they started spamming my chat and they started spamming Dean's chat while I was on this live and all this other stuff, right? And it's from 2025. And they saw a video that was a mashup, right? Someone took a video, Liv, took a video and put the video together, sliced it, took pieces, and then has been pushing the video. Now, the video came from, I was on another live. There was a guy that I was talking to, super racist. Like, when I tell you the guy was like, oh, when are your EBT stamps coming? When did your dad leave? Oh, what type of drugs are your mom on? Like crazy shit. And so as soon as he did that, I leaned into dog walking him. And he was much so kind of like I am right now, someone who was like super congested, right? So I started talking shit about the way that he sound. I said he needed a neti pot. I said we were going to raise money for a neti pot. I made fun of the way that he was talking because he was super congested. And that was me responding to him being a flat out piece of shit racist, right? We went through it. He left. I didn't think anything else about it. And then after that, those same trolls started coming like, hey, you were ableist. You were ableist. You were making fun of someone's voice because you're ableist. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, I didn't. And so then they were talking about the guy, Silly Goose. His name's Silly Goose, right? I remember all of this. And not only do I remember all this, but I actually got like documented proof of all this. So then after them, I'll tell you about it in a second. After them like doing all the other shit, and I'm saying like I wasn't making fun of him, making fun of his voice because he had because he had any type of disability, which he didn't. I was making fun of the fact that he was congested. And they was like, no, you're being ableist. You're being ableist. And I was like, holy fuck. Well, if I'm being ableist, that's the last thing that I want to do. Like, because I look to actually uplift other different people within minority communities, right? Marginalized communities. And I was like, if I'm being ableist, then I need to fix that, right? And so from that point, I talked to a couple of people and I found out that actually what I had been engaging in was a form of ableism, making fun of people's voices. And so people was like, how's that ableist? That was actually ableist. There's a form of ableism where making fun of people's voices because they have a disability is perpetuating ableism. I didn't know that. But I say this all the time. The more you know, the better you do. And I'm not perfect, because even though I learned this and I've tried to ensure that it doesn't happen, I've fallen short at certain times. Just like when I removed the B word from my lexicon and was trying to put a heavy emphasis on not saying the B word, I still said it at random times, and I had to stop and say, you know what, I apologize, I shouldn't do that. Just like since that situation, I've done the same thing, but I've stopped and I've apologized and I said, I shouldn't do that. Because again, I think that knowing better and trying to do better is important. I think that no one's going to be perfect, but we need to hold ourselves accountable in real time. So when I found out about that, I made a whole video, an apology video, and I published the apology video. And then after publishing the apology video, there were a bunch of people who were like, we don't accept your apology. It's not good enough. Which, to be fair, there could have been some critiques with the apology, right? I mean, they had some valid feedback, because when I apologized, I said, if I upset someone, right? Which, when you apologize, and you never want to say, like, if you did a thing, like, you got to take ownership. And so I fucked up in the apology video when I said if. So I own that one, right? And so what happened after that was they were still like spamming my video, spamming my live, all this other shit. Well, come to find out, it wasn't about me even fucking up in the apology. It wasn't even about me being ableist, which I own that one. I didn't know in that time that that was engaging in ableism, but I get it, and I've tried to be better. But it wasn't about that. It wasn't about ableism. It wasn't about the apology. It was just about people who didn't like me. Come to find out, they were in the Discord talking cash money shit, saying, oh, we don't like Santana. We don't like Santana. No matter what he does, it'll never be good enough. And we will continue to go after Santana because we don't think that he should be platformed. He shouldn't have a platform. That's what they said, right? And then after making those statements, they started saying, oh, he tried to apologize. We don't accept his apology. The only way that we would even hear him out is if he did a live on his knees apologizing. They put this shit in a Discord. They said they wanted me to get on my knees, do a live on my knees apologizing. And I was like, what the fuck? So I got all these screenshots, and after learning that, oh, they didn't really care about what happened, they just don't like me. I made a response video. And that video is now pinned to my homepage. That's the highest viewed video that I have. That video has over 100,000 views. Literally over 100,000 views. Where I posted screenshots, I posted proof, and I said, I am done trying to find and straddle the line that makes everyone happy, and I'm done not being unapologetically Black. And since then, I have been unapologetically Black, because they hold Black people to these standards, but they don't hold anyone else to these standards. They literally hold Black people to these standards, but they don't hold other people to it. And this was right off the back of the Unfuck America tour, where the Black people on the tour were held accountable to these massive extents. But people like Z, they was like, oh, she didn't do anything wrong. So the level in how people, hold people accountable is completely different. So I was like, fuck that. I'm unapologetically black. I do apologize directly to people within my community that have disabilities. Anyone that I offended, I'm sorry. I was truly sorry, because that was my intent from the beginning. When I found out that I unintentionally hurt someone, I was like, you know what? I fucked up. Let me make up for it. Because intent only matters to the people that's doing the thing, not the people that are impacted. And so I was like, I have no right to like not give the apology that people are owed, and to actively work to be better. But for the people who didn't really give a shit, that were just, oh, I don't like him because of X, Y, or Z, fuck them, right? And I truly meant that. So I posted the video. We moved on, actively been working to be better. That was in September of 2025. Fast forward to a couple of days ago, again, you got these people rolling into my comment section. Santana, you were ableist, you were ableist, you were ableist. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Come to find out, Liv, who has an unhealthy obsession with Dean, had been hosting a live saying, oh, Santana's ableist, but didn't actually have any proof. She hosted a live. She told the people that I was ableist and I had been engaging in ableism, and got everyone to start spamming my live, to spam Dean's live, and to keep saying, Santana, you're ableist, Santana, you're ableist. That's why these people keep coming up here saying, weren't you ableist? They're literally a part of Liv's group. Now, what I've found out within the last couple of days is, number one, apparently Liv, since September, has had a Snapchat group talking about me. She's been obsessed with this since September and hasn't stopped, and has been adding people to the Snapchat group and then bullying people who say, I don't want any part of this. Like literally attacking. And these are people that are also under the age of 18. She's literally had these people that are under the age of 18 in the Snapchat group, bullying them to force them to harass me. Fucking mind-blowing. And yes, I have proof of all of this, right? And so then after that, because the problem that Liv has is that I blocked her. That's the problem. Because while, you know, my little brothers, Dean and Parker, they may suffer fool. Sometimes they think trolls are funny or whatever. I don't think so at all. And so while Dean entertained Liv for a while, I didn't think her stick was funny. I think the whole premise of like Fish Girl, like it's stupid. And so I just blocked her. And she was upset that I blocked her. But she's literally obsessed with Dean. So much so to the point, the reason why she decided to bring this back up a couple of days ago is because Dean wasn't platforming her and she wanted attention. And so the way that she thought that she could get attention was by going at me. She literally just wanted his attention. So since she wanted his attention, she started hosting lives about me. Now, the interesting part about all of this, as she was like, Santana had been ableist, Santana's ableist, right? Oh, it froze for a second. But she never showed any video proof. She said, I have proof. And people were just like, okay, and just believed it. This is where I get back to the like white privilege / white supremacy. This random white woman was able to make these accusations towards me with no proof, and then galvanize a community of trolls who have continued to flood my comments and flood other people's comments saying that, oh, Santana's ableist. And then they'll say, oh, we got proof. And I'll say, okay, where's the proof? Guess what the proof is, guys? The proof is the mashup video from September of 2025. It's literally the video from September 2025. That's their proof. The video that came out that I made an apology video for, that I found out all about all the fuck shit, and then I made a secondary video for. That's their proof. That's the proof that she said that she had. That's what she was showing on her live to say, oh, Santana's ableist. The incident that I already acknowledged, that I apologize for, that I've owned up to, and that I've been actively trying to be better from. But this is where it gets funny. This is where it gets interesting. She said, well, that's not the only incident. He's done it more. I was like, oh, he did it again? He's done it more? She's like, yep. It's like, okay, where's your proof? It's somewhere. I thought I had it. To the point where she was hosting a live the other day talking about it and had hundreds of people watching. And on the live, she was like, I don't know where the video is, but I'm combing through his entire YouTube page and I'm looking for it. I'm going to find it. Spoiler alert, she never found it, but I'm going to find it. And then something super interesting happened, because then she had a couple other people on her live, which I'm not going to call their names, but a couple other people on their lives, and specifically a black person on their live saying like, hey, Liv, what you're doing is kind of fucked, because while you are attacking Santana saying that he's ableist, you're giving coverage for people who are just flat out racist to come after him. And she was like, well, I disavow racism. I disavow racism. And they're like, yeah, sure, you can say that, but that's not going to stop the people who just want to be racist from being racist. And she's like, well, racism will always exist. There's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do about people being racist, because people will just always be racist. And the black person that was actually talking to her about this was like, hey, like, I'm telling you, I've been up here talking to you, and I'm not even against you, but the people that are in your comment sections that follow you have been DMing me being racist as shit towards me because I'm black. So, well, there's nothing I can do about that. I don't know. So as they're trying to explain to her intersectionality, she's just like, well, I don't care. I don't care about your skin color. I don't care if you're brown, you're black, you're purple, you're green, you're yellow. I fucking hate when people do that. I hate when people say, I don't care if you're purple or yellow or polka dot. That shit's not real. Like, you don't have to pretend that there are other races, or even hell, people with different skin color to the point of being purple or polka dot or fucking blue. Like, that's stupid. You can just live in reality. But people who don't understand racism, or intersectionality lean into that thing of like, oh, I don't care what color you are. Right? And so she just couldn't get it. But they kept saying, well, you said you have proof. How about you let someone else approach us and handle it? She was like, no, I'm going to do it. It's me. People want me to do it. People want me to hold him accountable. I'm going to hold him accountable. First and foremost, I want to be very clear. And I thought I was clear about this before when I said this to people, but I'm like genuinely making sure people hear me. Because I share community. Like, people that are here every day, in and out, engaging, people that I actually, like, actively try to learn and grow and build with. And I'm not just talking about creators, right? I'm not just talking about people like, Solid or Swan or Ari or Jeff or, Facts Still Matter or Zeus, or I'm not talking about them. When I talk about community, I mean people like J Hops. I mean people like Blue Barbie. I mean people like Mike and Anthony. I mean people like Vivian. I mean people like that are here every single day, day in, day out, people who are learning with me, people that are holding me accountable, people that are working to be better with me. Nerdy, I see you, fucking nerdy. So those people are the people that are in my community, and they hold me accountable. And I accept that accountability. My mods, shout out to Zay, shout out to Kelbell, shout out to Joanna, shout out to Dwayne. I see all of you, all of my mods. They hold me accountable. Kay, the arbiter of our community, she holds me accountable. Management, my wife, she holds me accountable. Those other creators that I share spaces with, they hold me accountable. But you know who will never be able to hold me accountable no matter how much they try? People that are not in our community. Because if you're not a part of our community and you don't know what the fuck is happening, then why should I listen to your cries for accountability when you're not someone that's coming forward in good intention? It's not saying that people outside of our community don't have valid opinions, because they do. But when you come to me and say, oh, Santana, you're this or that or whatever, when you don't, the only thing that you know of me is when you see me on someone else's live, then you don't really know anything about me or our community or what we do or what we stand for. And just because I share spaces with certain people does not mean that I'm just like other people or I hold the exact same views as other people. So unless you're someone who is actually engaged in our community, you're not going to get it. So there's plenty of people that have the ability to hold me accountable, because I'm not above accountability. I believe in accountability. It's just not those people that have no actual understanding of me or our community or anything like that. I literally don't give a fuck what you got to say. But then what happens is, or happened on the live, Liv was screaming, I'm going to hold him accountable. I'm going to hold him accountable. How? How is you flooding my comment sections with a bunch of uninformed underage people spamming the same shit holding me accountable? How is you having a bunch of underage people join my live and saying the same shit over and over, not being able to debate, not being able to engage, because one, they're underage, two, they don't have the information, and three, you're literally just putting a battery in their back because you are a fucking weirdo that wants attention? That's not holding someone accountable. You don't hold someone accountable without some proper form of communication. If you want effective change for people that you care about, then you reach out to the people, you work through different means and measures to actually hold accountability. So it's funny. Kay and I talk about call-ins versus call-outs. Call-out lives used to be like a whole big thing, which that's what Liv is trying to do. She's trying to live off the history of like call-out lives. But call-out lives is when people will put someone on the background saying, this person did something fucked up, and we need to make sure that we all don't support this person until this person does something better. That was like call-out lives or whatever. And Kay and I have talked about this before. There's a difference between a call-in and a call-out. And it's super important. A lot of people don't understand this. A call-in is what you do with people that you share community with. If Solid did something fucked up, and I know that Solid needs to be better, then I talk to Solid, text, on the phone, in person, offline first. Like, hey, bro, you fucked up. Like, hey, you know you shouldn't do this, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's a call-in. I've had plenty of call-ins. That's how you actually affect real change. You have a call-in with people that you are supposed to share spaces with, right? And then after that, if they don't actually show change behavior, if they're not receptive, if they, disregard or ignore, then people have call-out lives, which I'm not a fan of call-out lives, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is, right? That's how it happens. But people like Liv who have a weird parasocial relationship doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand intersectionality, doesn't understand perpetuation of racism, doesn't understand that her having underage trolls spamming comment sections and joining live does not create change, because she doesn't actually care about change. She doesn't care about people with disabilities. She only cares about getting attention from Dean, because the parasocial relationship that she has is really worrisome. I've said this over and over and over. The form of currency that we live in today, hey, that was in chat, Tina, thank you for the galaxy. The form of currency that we actually deal with today in society is literally attention. People want attention more than they want to breathe. People want attention more than they want to eat. They just want attention. And Liv wants Dean's attention and is like lashing out because she can't get it. Now, after she hosted another live screaming and yelling, I'm going to hold Santana accountable, while not actually doing that, she had people on her live who was like, hey, you need to understand this. You should go about this a different way, da-da-da-da-da-da. It's just like, I care about ableism. I care about ableism. That's what she was screaming. Then one of the people on her lives was like, hey, you care about ableism? Now, this was someone who had been up on the live with her, who was her friend, apparently offline, and was like, I hear what you're saying, but I just got messages of you being ableist. Surprise, surprise, spoiler alert. Liv, who was going balls to the wall about ableism, had been caught being ableist. Right? And this wasn't months ago. This literally just happened. Apparently, someone was saying, oh, I'm Dean Withers. And she lost her shit because she said, no, that's not Dean, you're Parker. You're lying, you're Parker. You're not Dean, you're Parker. Lost her shit. The person was like, well, you know, I got DID. And she was like, oh, you don't. You're just crazy and making shit up. And literally started leaning into someone who is openly admitting that they have an actual personality disorder. And she started making fun of them and telling them that they were lying. And so when her friend was like, hey, why would you do this? She was like, I don't care. He was saying that he was Dean, and he was not Dean Withers. That was not Dean Withers. She was so mad. Because that's because she's overly infatuated with Dean. So to kind of put a bow on all this, the fact that someone who has an unhealthy obsession with someone that they only know online and has created this weird parasocial relationship, and who is now no longer receiving the attention that they desperately desire. And this is the fucked up part, right? This is how I know that they're all a bunch of weirdos and it's all about attention. This is how you know this. Because I was watching the live, and as I'm watching the live, all of the greatest hits started showing up. All of the obsessive trolls, including Icky Vicky, including Isabella, Liv, all of them were in the live on the panel together. They were all on the panel together, obsessing over Dean. But. No but bananas, just but. Liv didn't care about any of the actual stuff. She just had this actual obsession And so she saw a way that she thought she could get Dean's attention by doing weird shit towards me. And she was able to just flat out lie and tell people, oh, he has more videos, and get away with it because she's a random white woman. People believed her because she was a random white woman. And she's going to say, well, I thought the video that I showed was enough proof. The video from September that I addressed, that I apologized about, that I made 2 follow-up videos from, you think that that was enough? She's like, well, I'll find the other video. Never found it because there's no other video. And I've openly admitted that even after that situation, I've started to make fun of people's voices. Boom, immediately caught myself. Apologized, tried to move on. I've called out the chat. I call out the chat all the time because we don't do ableism. So when people try to say, oh, you're SLOW, don't do that. When people up here on my live and they say DUMB, I tell them directly, don't say that. That's ableism. Targeting these people, and I actively work with people with disability within my community, and I make sure that I do anything possible to allow my privilege and my voice to be lent to them. She just wanted attention, but she was able to galvanize and weaponize a group of people without proof and not really caring about the shit. Because after they called her out, she was like, well, if nobody else is going to care, then I'm just not going to do it. I fucking give up. But the reason why she says she gives up is because she couldn't find the proof that she needed. And so it was time to move off of it. So that whole thing was just super interesting to me. And her just saying, I don't care about racism. Racism will always exist. There's nothing I can do about that. By that same premise, then you don't really care about ableism. Because if you don't think that you can dismantle the system of racism, now, first of all, she hadn't educated herself, so she doesn't know the actual things. Because the question that I had to all of them is, what is ableism? And none of them could tell me what ableism was. As the trolls were scrolling through my live, and they kept requesting up and up and up and up and up, none of them knew what ableism was. And I have a follow-up question that I've never been able to get to, and I'm positive they don't know this. Liv was able to say what ableism was because after that, she went to go look up the term. And so she was reading off the definition of ableism. And you guys know how I feel about definitions, but I digress. So that's what happened, right? That's literally what happened. And so now we have people who don't know anything, haven't seen any proof, but have just been galvanized by someone with white privilege and they're following blindly. I know that was a long rant, but I felt like it was worth it. I think that's one of the greatest examples of how white privilege and white supremacy actively work together. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. This person has been spamming for a while to let me up. Let's see what they want to talk about. I'm positive it's about what I was just talking about. Let's see if they actually load in. Roman_13. I don't know if you can hear me. We're waiting to see if you actually load. You're saying hi, but you're not loading in. Okay, I'm gonna drop you. You can re-request. W's in the chat for Zoe for the $20 donation. Holy shit, Zoe sent a $20 donation saying, hi, Santana, it's me again, the person with the multiple learning disabilities. Shout out, Zoe. I also have a speech impediment. I don't hold anything against you and appreciate you and for all that you do. Zoe, first and foremost, thank you for the $20. That's too kind. But even more so, thank you for being a part of our community. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you for that. But Zoe, you're literally the person that I'm looking for to continue to hold me accountable. So Zoe, you're literally the person that I expect to call me out if I fuck up. So, sure, you can forgive, but don't forget and always be vigilant. W's in chat for Zoe. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. W's in chat for Rocky for the $5 donation. Saw Liv's live the other day where her friends were trying to explain to her that she was instigating racism and she refused to take responsibility. She then played into being the victim. Accountability buddies don't demand accountability if you don't accept accountability. Facts. FYI, again, I was in that live, but after that live, her own friends reached out to me and is the one that actually spilled the beans. The people that she had been adding to the Snapchat group, people that are her friends directly, sent me Discord messages, video proof, screenshots, like all of the shit. The people that she literally has been doing the shit with said like, yo, this is fucked. And sent me all the proof. Even though I was already in the video, already in the live and had like a multitude of shit that was proof. Her own friends said, nah, this is fucked. W's in chat for Kayla for the $1 donation and saying she also told another black guest on her panel that you hurt the black community with your lives and your quote unquote blackness isn't a quote unquote get out of jail free card. My blackness will never be a quote unquote get out of jail free card because my blackness literally could put me in jail. W's in chat. W's in chat for Amanda for the $10 donation saying happy Juneteenth weekend. I'm in Tuscaloosa celebrating and reflected, of course. I know that's right. I know a lot about this history because of you. Really, I appreciate you. You matter so much to this community, and the haters just can't stand it. Never forget how awesome and how loved you are. Stay cool, stay smart, stay kind, savvy. W's in the chat for savvy. Listen, this is the thing that I say about like the trolls and the people that like do the weird shit, and even like people that, because they love to like, oh, you're a token and all this other weird shit. I don't care. I literally don't care about the things that you say because I care about my community and doing good stuff for other people. One of my favorite lines is, they hated Jesus, baby, we won't break. Anyway, that was in chat for too bad for the $5 super chat to say Israel violating the ceasefire, so Iran closed the strait again. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. They absolutely did. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Knock out the roses if you don't mind. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Roman. Did you come up because you disagree with something on the background or a Trump supporter?
I was going to say, it's an honor to speak to you, man, and about obviously what you were just speaking about.
I appreciate you. Your sound, I don't know if like you are somewhere where there's kind of like an echo or something. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Okay. Just give me 1 second, sorry.
Yep.
Is this better?
Way better. Are you a Trump supporter or
go.
disagree with something on the background?
I was going to ask you mainly about your opinion on Gavin Newsom and, you know, what you think of his wife being accused of running a scandal.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to drop you down, but I'll answer the question as I drop you, but I appreciate you.
And I think you've shown compassion.
As far as Gavin Newsom goes, like, I don't really fuck with Gavin Newsom. Not because of anything with California, but just more so because, like, while I still engage in electoral politics, I don't agree with anyone that would be like an establishment Democrat, right? I don't think that there's anyone that's truly as far left as I am. And I know for a fact that I'm not as far left as some of the people that I am friends with. But I have no interest in people like Gavin Newsom or Cory Booker, like the establishment Dems. I want more Mondanis. I want more AOCs. I want more Bernie Sanders, and they're not even far enough left from me. So Gavin Newsom, if you know, gun to my head, if I had to actually vote for him or JD Vance, I would vote for him. I wouldn't like it, but like, yeah. Also, I don't know what situation you're talking about with his wife. I'm unaware of that. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really answer that one. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
Hey, Santana,
Hi.
I
Are
was
you a
just
Trump
gonna.
supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm not, but I just wanted to say that the DEIA, like you are the first person I heard talk about it, and as someone who falls under that community, just appreciate you advocating and wanting those who fall under that community and your community at large to hold you accountable. I mean, that's what makes you a good human being. So thank you, Santana. Have a great day.
I appreciate that. I don't agree with the praise, but I will say, like, the one thing that I have a problem with is when people pretend that the A in the quote unquote DEIA doesn't exist, and it's just an excuse to act like, you know, seeing past people with disabilities. And you shouldn't thank me for like advocating or using my voice or privilege for those people. Like, that's my responsibility. So I'll say thank you for being a part of our community. And please, if I fuck up, let me know, because I'm not perfect, and I'm positive I will fuck up. You can talk to my wife, but if I do, then I'm literally looking for people like you to keep me in the guardrails.
We're all here to support each other and to keep each other accountable.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Santana.
I appreciate you. Guys, while I appreciate the love and the support, and I appreciate that conversation, please, I'm desperate for some debates. We've been live for almost 2 hours, and we haven't had one debate. We haven't had one debate in 2 hours. So I appreciate the hell out of you guys, but please, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And if you're a part of our community, don't worry. Late nights will be back next week, and I got something planned for you. So just hold on. Your voices will be heard again soon. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything? Okay. I didn't even kick him. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't know if this person's going to load. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries, who just used their YouTube membership subscription and said, MAGA's hanging out over on YouTube. Doesn't shock me. And they're terrified. Doesn't shock me. You guys know what to do. Continue to put them in the cocaine and clutch. And if they're unwilling to get up here and debate, then they don't get to speak. I just went on and hit that, drop that link in the comment section. Mods, if they are unwilling to actually come up here and say it with their chest, then we won't let them say it at all. So continue to lock them down until they actually can get in the box and defend themselves. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. So that's the story that I had. That's the connection of white supremacy and white privilege. One thing that I'll talk about as well. So yesterday was Juneteenth. And while yesterday was Juneteenth, Panamero, shut the fuck up. He wants attention so bad. He was here yesterday. Oh, he's already been muted. He was here yesterday screaming for attention, and no one gave it to him. And he was so upset. He was so upset. We didn't even block him yesterday. We didn't block the trolls yesterday for Juneteenth. We just let them cry in the comment sections. And I think that's why they got us fucked up today. They think since we let them do it yesterday that they can do it again today, and they can't. That was in the chat for Kayla. Kayla sent a $2 donation saying, you don't have to say thank you. I do. Thank you. Would you ever debate Tariq Nasheed? Yes. Like literally, I've seen him live multiple times, and I went into his live and I told him to fucking come debate me. I will absolutely debate Tariq Nasheed because he's a fraud. I would absolutely debate Tariq Nasheed because he's a fraud. Literal fraud. W's in chat. Thank you so much for that $2 donation. If anybody else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links here in the bio. Holy shit. W's in chat for Alexis for the $5 donation. Stop it. You guys, seriously, you never have to say you can't, sorry, you can't do more because Alex, not Alexis, Alex, because again, you don't even have to do it from the first place. Like, the fact that you guys are doing it from the first place means so much to me. So W's in chat, thank you for that. I want to say happy Juneteenth weekend. Happy Juneteenth weekend. And thanks for sticking up for and supporting the trans community. I appreciate you greatly. I appreciate you. But just like I told the other person, like, seriously, when I say this, listen, if you are part of the queer community, if you are someone with disabilities, if you are a woman or femme presenting person, you never have to say thank you to me for quote unquote standing up for you guys. Like, never, because that's my responsibility. That's my obligation. And that's something that I have to do. Right? While the praise is nice, I appreciate you guys. But what I want to hear is, if I fuck up, let me know. Someone who's really good at letting me know that I fuck up, besides management, because management calls me out and lets me know all the time. Ari's really good with like call-ins. Like, Ari's really, really good at call-ins. And she'll do it in a way where like you don't really notice it. And like, it's like, hey, don't do that. And I'm like, oh, got it. I won't do that again. So, but I appreciate the praise. But I'd much rather have the accountability than the praise. But W's in the chat. So yeah, there's that. Like I was saying, yesterday was Juneteenth, right? And since yesterday was Juneteenth, the incels were out in full mass. I mean, like, they were highly upset that there was a black ass time that was had yesterday. They were so mad that we had a black ass time yesterday. They were pissed off about the Juneteenth live. Like, when I tell you, they were so upset that we had so much fun on the Juneteenth live. Because a time was had. But as I was scrolling the TikToks after the Juneteenth live, and I was listening to Zay, right? Oh, wait, sorry, we got someone over here. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't notice.
No, you were good, man. I was listening. I just letting you land your plane.
Okay, no worries. Listen, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I am a Trump supporter.
Okay.
To a varying degree. I don't agree with everything he does or says. Okay. I do think there's times he could have just shut his mouth instead of running his mouth on TikTok or Twitter or whatever it's called.
Okay. Is it okay if I call you Adam?
It's Adamska.
Adamska?
Yeah, it's Russian.
Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna fuck up. Wait, are you an American citizen?
Call me Adam. Yeah, you can just call me Adam, man.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Adam, I can try to call you Adamska. I just know I'm so bad with names, and I don't want to like.
No, you can just call me Adam. It's the same name. It's just extra letters.
Okay. All right, Adam, I got you over here on the TikTok, and we'll go ahead and get started. We've been live for almost 2 hours, and you're the first debate, so I haven't done this yet. Would you mind if I hit the intro for the live?
Knock yourself out, man. Do what you got to do.
Perfect. Give me a second here. Guys, let's lock in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. We got Adam over on the YouTubes. And you said you're a Trump supporter. Okay. Would you like to tell me why today, June 20th, 2026, you still support Donald Timothy Trump, or do you have something on the background that you would like to start with?
Well, there's a few things we can talk about. We can start with Trump, though. I support Trump because he's the lesser of two evils. I don't believe Kamala, for all her qualifications she claims to have, would have been a great president. I think on the world stage, maybe on the domestic side of things, she might have been good. I'll concede maybe a little to that. But on the world stage, she would have been an absolute joke. Putin, China, all of them would not have taken her seriously.
For 1 second, because like the one thing that I say about this, because a lot of people like to talk about 2024, and like while I may disagree with your vote in 2024, that was your vote, you made a decision. I don't think that's pertinent today. That's why I always say today, June 20th, 2026. How do you still support him today?
Oh, today? Well, I mean, the closing of the border, just a lot of the things he does on the world stage too. You know, I absolutely think Iran's a danger, but I don't think Iran was the major goal. I think Iran is more of a proxy thing to kind of cut China down. I think they used Iran to go at China on a financial, level with the oil and whatnot. To undercut them.
Quick question before we go too far. How did Donald Trump close the border?
He implemented more new laws and just shut it down, as far as I'm concerned.
Which new law did he implement to shut down the border?
What do you mean?
What you said that he shut down the border. The way that he shut it down was by implementing
he just put back in place what he had before in his first term, and Trump won through law, legislation.
What did he put in place? What specifically?
Well, I don't know all the specifics. I'm just saying, dude, I don't claim to be the most knowledgeable person, but from what I saw,
it's all good. I'll tell you, there's no law that he's put in place. He didn't implement any. There's no legislation that has been passed to shut down the border.
Then why is it we have no crossings at this moment?
But we do have crossings.
Like I'm saying, the Trump not on the level that was on during Biden's presidency. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't people still trying.
Where are you getting the level from, and like, where are you getting your information from?
Well, one, I can see what happened with my own eye. Listen, man, I watched for 4 years of Biden, them lie about that border. I watched innocent Americans get murdered, and I didn't see not one.
That's fine. I'm not talking about under Biden. I'm talking about.
But what I'm saying is you're asking how it was open and how I know. Well, I saw a flood. I see how they're defending the illegals to this day.
I hear what you're saying, and like while you may say that you see something, I'm not going to disagree with what you saw, but we can't prove what you saw, but we can prove like actual factual information. But today, where are you getting information saying that people aren't coming into the country? Where are you getting that information from when it comes to Donald Trump and his administration?
Various news sources. Like, I listen to a lot of people. I don't just listen to I don't bother with mainstream media because I think all of them lie. So I go to people that are, I wouldn't say they're on either side. They're very base and they're down the middle because they criticize both sides. So that's where I would go to get
Are you going to the actual places that's responsible for reporting this information?
I don't trust any government, anything that comes out on either side.
Because the government sources under the Trump administration.
I do to an extent. That's why I go to other sources to verify and cross-verify on both sides.
So what I'm saying is, are you believing the Border Patrol under the Trump administration?
Yeah, I do because I'm not saying there aren't people that don't try at this moment to get over the border, but there's none, and I think that's because it's very cracked down at the moment with these Border Patrol agents. I don't think they're playing around. And let's take Trump out of it. I think they're done.
Okay, so let's run through this train of thought with me for a second. So you're saying that you've heard that no one's coming into the country. Accurate?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We can both agree that the CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, they're the group that's in charge of actually making sure people aren't coming into the country and all this other stuff, right?
Yes.
And we can also agree that the current CBP is under control of the Trump administration, which Donald Trump has appointed the head of the CBP. He appointed like Kristi Noem and has replaced Kristi Noem, but the CBP rolls under the DHS.
Tom Homan?
So,
I thought you were talking about a person. I apologize.
Quote unquote borders are. He's the person working directly with CBP. but we understand that all of those people are under the umbrella of the Trump administration, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they work for him.
Okay. Question for you.
Mhm.
Can you be arrested for coming into the country undocumented if you never come into the country?
Well, I'm glad you brought this up because I've had this debate with Brian Shapiro, and the way I'll use, and I'm going to go a little off script on what he said and compared it to. And he said that people that went into the Capitol on January 6th, even though there's video of cops letting them in, I get they probably rather have let them in to get, whatever happened. The point I'm making is that he says that's trespassing. So I said, well, if that's by your logic, then anyone crossing the border illegally, that's trespassing and ergo can be deported.
Well, that's not trespassing and crossing the border, being in the country like
Are you
that's
not
different.
trespassing into
There's
a country that's not your own?
no, it's not trespassing. Like we actually have USC code that we can talk to and we can call it, but that's not what I'm getting to. I just want to know if people are, let's say people are in Mexico and they want to come into the US, but they never actually cross the border. Can we arrest people who want to come into the country but never actually try to come into the country?
They're still. So what you're saying, so I understand you correctly, they're still on the Mexico side of the border.
Mhm.
Should we be able to arrest them?
No. Not should we. Can we? Can we say,
Oh, can
hey,
we?
I know you never
I
came
don't.
into
I
the
don't.
country.
I don't. Now, if they're doing that, I don't know how or why they're doing that because I don't.
No. I need you to hear the question.
Mm.
The question is, can we say this person never came into the US, but they want to come into the US? So instead of actually waiting for them to come here, we're just going to go into Mexico and arrest them for wanting to come into the country. Can we do that?
No, that would be
perfect.
You'd be crossing into a sovereign country.
Perfect. So the only way that we can actually arrest people who came across the border undocumented is if they have actually come across the border. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Perfect. The CBP, which you've already agreed, that's Custom Border Patrol. They're under the Trump administration. They're working with Tom Homan. They're the ones that's responsible for publishing the information as far as border crossings, encounters, things like that. While Donald Trump is saying the borders closed down, no one's coming into the country, the CBP themselves has published information about the border crossings and the fact that they arrested 95,000 people for crossing the border. So my question for you is, if we are able to actually arrest people, 95,000 people in 1 month, did we have people come into the country
Illegally? Well, not if they're arrested. Obviously not. I think you cut out.
I'll give you the question again. If we said that we arrested 95,000 people in 1 month,
right?
If CBP arrested them
for
coming
crossing
into the country,
all right.
Yep, does that mean no one came into the country? Or does that mean that people have been coming into the country and we've been able to arrest people?
Oh, I get what you're saying now. Well, yeah, technically they did come into the country. So yeah, saying zero would be a type of fallacy, I guess. But as in successfully getting in the country at zero. But I get what you're saying. Oh, yeah, then
No,
95.
It's not though. Like, see, that we haven't even gotten to that part. We're just addressing the front part where they're saying no one's coming into the country. So we can agree that if they're bragging about arresting 95,000 people, then people are actually coming to the country, right?
Right. Yeah. I agree with that. Then yeah, that would be factual. They obviously have been arrested, but they did successfully get to a point where they can be arrested.
Exactly, because in order for them to actually be arrested, then they have to actually get into the country. Now, the question I have for you is, if we can agree that CBP, Custom Border and Patrol, whose responsibility it is for monitoring the border, to track encounters, to track apprehensions and deportations, things like that, and they're under the Trump administration, and they reported that there were 95,000 people arrested, why did they stop putting out numbers at the end of 2025 about encounters and arrest?
I would take it, like I said, they probably don't consider those actual crossings because they arrested these individuals. That's probably how CBT or CBD, I can't say it.
No, that's actually counted as a crossing, apprehension.
Oh, so they do. They do count it that way.
There's a difference between encounters and gotaways. Gotaways would be people who
I get what you're saying now.
Understanding that they came into the country, but they weren't able to detain them. So that's not what we're talking about. Why would they stop tracking the actual numbers about the people that are coming into the country after saying that they arrested 95,000 people that came into the country?
I really don't have an answer for that. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. The thing that I'm trying to get across to you is at the same time that Donald Trump and other people
I will go do more research on these things because I'm not against being wrong or any of that. I'm not like these other people that'll come out here and bug out over it.
Yeah, no, all good. But the point that I'm trying to get across to you is if the people that are responsible for tracking this information and tracking these numbers are no longer publishing these actual numbers, does it make sense that when they were originally trying to say no one was coming into the country and they were publishing numbers showing that people were coming into the country, does it make sense to say that obviously they can't say that people aren't coming into the country if they have numbers? So it would be advantageous for them to not publish the numbers in order to be able to say no one's coming into the country.
By your logic of what I'm understanding, sure, yeah, that would be advantageous to them to say so.
Okay, it's perfect. So now I come back to the premises. If we know the last time we were able to get factual information from the United States government that's ran by the Trump administration, they were saying that people were coming into the country because it was arresting them, and then they just stopped publishing the data. What actual empirical data do we have to lean on that proves that they shut down the border and people actually aren't even coming in anymore?
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then there really isn't any. And I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I mean, there's not much I can do about that.
Okay, perfect. So why would that be something that you still support Donald Trump today for then, if we know for a fact that he didn't pass any legislation that actually shut down the border? We know for a fact that the last time he was reporting numbers, there were people actually coming into the country. And now we don't even know how many people are or are not actually coming to the country anymore because they're not publishing that information.
I mean, I'm not trying to go off topic. It's still, I'm not saying I don't care about the data or any of that. I care about Americans, and I care about what I saw, and I care about what I saw lack of from the Democratic Party during those times.
I tell you, I didn't see that at all. And I actually saw that, like, they didn't let anybody into the country.
That would be factually wrong. They definitely did. I mean, maybe not the numbers the Trump administration might want to say it is.
What's the difference between you saying you saw that and you being factually wrong, and me saying that I saw that and me being
because I saw women get murdered. I saw a 12-year-old girl. I mean, I didn't see anybody.
No one came into the country.
But I mean, listen, we can't deny these victims didn't exist.
Oh, no, I'm telling you, no one came into the country. You get what I'm trying to say right now?
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm not actually saying that what I'm saying is accurate, because obviously
all right. It is kind of how I was saying.
What I am saying is, without proof, there's no difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. But unless one of us can actually prove what we're saying, then neither one of us actually saying the thing makes any sense.
I think the proof was kind of with the victims that were murdered and raped. I think that's proof enough. Maybe not to the scale that they were making it out to be.
You keep saying that, but there's been victims that have been persistent and consistent throughout the history of our country that are actual victims today. I'm not denying victims, but what I'm saying is, just because you say, well, the proof is the people that were affected, like, that's not empirical data. Empirical data is the information that was being published by the CBP. And since the CBP is not publishing that information anymore, we don't actually know where the truth lies.
Right. I get what you're saying.
So again,
Sorry,
if you
I cut
don't
out
have
for a
any type
second.
of
I had
actual,
someone trying to beep in.
okay. So what I'm saying is, if we don't have any type of empirical data, right, then
Mhm.
how are you still supporting him for something that you can't quantify today when he's overwhelmingly harming American people in multiple ways?
I guess at times, someone told me this a long time ago. Sometimes you just got to have faith in a person, and I choose. I guess if I had to say it, and I'm sure I'll get roasted by the left or whoever. I don't really care, but I put my faith in the man. That's that. If I had to
Okay.
go on a very basic level, I'd say I just put my faith in the man.
Okay, listen, that's acceptable, right? That's acceptable because I put my faith in Bryce Young, right? I don't think he's the
Mhm.
greatest quarterback ever, but I put my faith in Bryce Young that Sunday in and day in, or every Sunday, weekend out, he's going to give the Carolina Panthers a chance to win a football game. I put faith in him. Now, the reason why I put faith in him is because he's a former Heisman Trophy winner. He's someone who has shown that he has the ability to learn the offense. And last year, he led the Carolina Panthers to an NFC South championship. He's shown that he turns over the ball a lot, but he's at least yielded results that says, like, I don't think that he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, but I think that he'll give us a chance. I put faith in him. Can you tell me, based off of Donald Trump's record and where we are today, June 20th, 2026, what tangible benefits has he yielded that garners your faith? What has he done that makes you still have faith in him today?
Well, I believe he stands for America especially on the world stage.
Something
He is.
empirical, not feelings, like
Okay.
something
Well, I
tangible.
mean,
Like,
economically,
did
he's brought foreign businesses back to America. He's brought
quantify it?
American-based. It's in numbers. There's thousands of dollars being
Where?
invested, tens of thousands and millions of dollars
Where
invested.
it proved to me that
They're
because
building factories at the moment.
Donald Trump has been claiming that there's $18 trillion invested into the U.S. That's what he
Yeah,
said,
but
right?
this is the issue that the left has, and most liberals have. They expect instantaneous results. That doesn't happen. It never will. It takes
When
time.
did I say
It
anything
probably
about
won't even
instantaneous
take
results?
effect. What I'm saying, the results probably won't even show themselves till probably after Trump's presidency.
What do you
I think that
think
the man
results
is
are?
laying the foundation for America to be great again.
What do you think results are?
Well, the investments that we were just talking about from foreign countries, foreign businesses, and whatnot into America, those things take time. They have to build these factories. It's like I said, it probably won't happen till after Trump's out of office. Most of
I
these
agree.
benefits,
I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why I wouldn't say that that's actually a result. Like, I understand the amount of time that it takes when it comes to investments. So that's
right.
not the actual metric that I'm
Well,
using for when it comes to the $18 trillion in investment. Would you like to know what metric I'm using?
sure, yeah.
Signed contracts, not pledges,
Signed.
not
Signed
pledges,
contract. I just want to make sure that's what you said.
that, yeah, not saying like, hey, we will do a thing, like actually putting pen to paper and
Right.
signing an agreement saying that we are going to do this thing. So do you think that that's at least fair to say we can quantify that
I'd
based off
rather
of
it be
signed contracts?
I'd rather it be on ink and then it be some verbal, hey, yeah, we're gonna do some shit, and it be some far-fetched fallacy that never comes to fruit.
Okay, perfect. So we can agree that you and I would be willing to give Trump credit if they have actually signed the agreement for the
Yeah.
$18 trillion, right?
Yes. Yeah. I would want there has to be tangible agreement, like the MOU with Iran. Though I mean personally, I don't think Trump trusts Iran. I don't trust Iran. I don't believe they're going to honor anything. But that to me was a good step. It's a physical document they had to sign that also shows like, all right, if they violate it, we have enough reason to say, well, hey, they violated it, so this is why we're going back and doing what we're doing, because they chose to sign name to paper versus a verbal. If it was verbal, then it really doesn't matter because it was all verbal. But putting your name to paper as a country, I think you should be held to a very high standard by acknowledging, oh, yes, we're going to do these things. But 2 seconds later, we're doing the total opposite of that.
Yeah.
And I say that about America, too.
So the actual point that I'm getting to, if Donald Trump has said that there is he said that there's 21 trillion. Holy shit, he's at 21 trillion. Well, he said 21 trillion, but let's just stick to the 18 trillion.
I didn't heard 21, so I'll stick with 18.
Yeah, 18. So if we can agree that Donald Trump has said that there's been $18 trillion worth of investment, and we can also agree that with the $18 trillion that it's about putting pen to paper, how much of the $18 trillion do you think has actually been signed on and is on board for the United States government?
Do you want me to? This is just like a hypothetical guess.
Well, I mean, if you don't know the numbers, I can tell you the numbers because I have it in front of me.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers. That's why, I'm not trying to, make myself look like a fool to the world.
No
I'm just not going to claim to know something I don't.
Yeah, no worries. Out of the total of $18 trillion, and this is from the Cato Institute, which I'm going to give you more about this because it's even crazier than you expect. But this was published in February 2026 from the Cato Institute, and they looked at Trump's trillion-dollar fantasy. Out of the $18 trillion that has been allegedly allocated for these investments, only about $150 billion has actually been officially signed off on, and that was verified through the Bureau of Economics and Analysis.
Well, then that's a big issue because again, like I said, verbal agreements mean nothing to me.
Exactly.
Put your name to paper and seal the deal. You can go ahead and kiss whatever ass you want on that level with your verbal agreements. I'm until like I said, I'm not against America. I'm for America, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, all right, I'm all for Trump on that. No, he needs to get these names on paper before he comes out and start. That's why I said I don't agree with everything with Trump. I do have faith in the man. I do believe he has America's best interest at heart at his core. But I agree with you, and I will concede that there needs to be names on papers, not just verbal agreements with countries that can 2 seconds later be like, oh, we never said any of that bullshit. I'm sorry, my language. I don't know the terms of service.
You're fine. So, question: if you're saying that Donald Trump has the reason why you support him is because he has brought business investments back into the U.S. and he's helping the economy, but we've already verified that out of the $18 trillion that he said that he's actually bringing into the U.S., only $150 has been brought to fruition, right? $150 billion has been brought to fruition.
I was going to say $150, man. That's sad.
150 billion. Sorry, 150 billion. Out of the 18 trillion, we've actually got 150 billion cash in hand or whatever, right? Do you know what a tariff is?
Yeah. I understand the basic understanding of tariffs. Yeah.
Who pays the tariffs at the end?
I would imagine it would be us, the taxpayers.
Yep, absolutely. So we've already agreed, and this came from the Cato Institute, who did a deep dive into the actual commitments and utilizing the U.S. Bureau of Economics for the actual tangible outcome of the investments, saying that only $150 billion has actually come into the country. At the same time, the Federal Reserve has actually reported on the tariffs that American citizens have paid, and has indicated that up to about 96% of the tariffs that have been paid by United States citizens. Now, 96% of the tariffs have been paid by United States citizens. Do you know how much has been paid in tariffs?
No, I don't know all the numbers offhand.
Sure.
Hey, I wish I was by my computer so I can look up some of this stuff. I apologize.
No, you're good. It's been $287 billion. Right? Now, 96% of that $287 billion is a total of $275.5 billion. So, since Trump has been in office, the American people have paid $275.5 billion in additional taxes. While, again, Donald Trump has secured investments to the tune of $150 billion. So that means that Donald Trump has cost the American people an actual net of $125.5 billion. So the question I have for you again is, if you say you believe in Donald Trump and something that you think is tangible is his success with the way that he's actually brought things back into the country and brought investments, if he has not actually done this because he's cost Americans $125.5 billion due to the way that he's done things, that doesn't sound like a positive, tangible thing.
I would agree, but I also believe if he had been able to implement the tariffs on a long-term base against these countries, it would have paid off in the long run.
Unable to implement it on the long-term basis.
Well, that's because you got Democrats that really don't care if what he's trying to do that's good, even if it looks bad. Well, let's be honest. Let's be honest. I'm not saying all Democrats are evil or bad. I believe some just don't want to speak out because they want to keep their careers.
Tariffs when it came to Donald Trump.
I'm pretty sure it was probably, I think, the Supreme Court.
Right. What's the conservative to liberal split in the Supreme Court?
I don't know offhand. I know there's like 6-3.
6 conservatives, 3 liberals. So with the ruling of the actual tariffs that were struck down, who had to be the deciding factor in order to strike down those tariffs? Conservatives or liberals?
I would say if we're talking about the Supreme Court, it's obviously going to be the majority,
which is
conservatives or whatever.
So if the conservative Supreme Court, which 3 of those conservative Supreme Court justices were handpicked by Donald Trump, and they're the ones that struck down the tariffs of Donald Trump, how are you blaming the Democrats for Donald Trump's tariffs being struck down by the conservative-held Supreme Court?
Easy, because these people have their own personal agendas and wants in their own careers. There's definitely incentive enough for them to side with Democrats. Listen, I mean, I just had this debate with Ryan Shapiro.
Wait, hold on, stop, because I want you to explain that. What's the incentive for Supreme Court justices, which is a co-equal branch? Listen 1 second. They're a co-equal branch of the United States government. They're lifetime appointees, and they're in charge of interpreting the law. What's the incentive for them, who have all the protections? The only way that they can lose their position is if 1, they die, or 2, they're impeached, and the actual Republicans hold the power to impeach them. What's their incentives to work with the Democrat to strike down Trump's tariffs?
I can't speak for them. I can just speculate is all I can do. And I can't say for sure what their goals would be, but there's been plenty of instances where it could have benefited Americans in the long term. And maybe they're looking at it like, well, it's hurting them now, so it's not good kind of thing. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but if it seems like anytime this man tries to hold other countries accountable.
Have you ever heard of Hitchum's razor?
I think I have. I don't remember.
Hitchum's razor states that Hitchum's razor stated anything that was presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So you saying that the actual Supreme Court has incentive to side with the Democrats, but you not having any evidence or any logical reason why presenting that without evidence, we're going to dismiss that without evidence. So as far as the tariffs, like, this has been something that's led by the Republican Party, that was implemented by a Republican president, and that was struck down by a Republican Supreme Court. So what evidence do you have that you actually hold the Democrats responsible for striking down Trump's tariffs?
And, well, one, because anytime he says, oh, this is what I'm going to do and this is how I'm going to do it, they're up in arms over every little thing this man does. Whether they call it, they go on this witch hunt and call it evil. Oh, he's this, he's that, and this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. It's going to lead to this, it's going to lead to that. But I believe, based off history, we've used tariffs before in the 1700s. We tariffed the shit out of everybody. And America at that time was very wealthy, very rich. What do you mean? I can't say for sure what happened. All I know is I'm going off of that.
The actual thing that Donald Trump is doing has happened twice within the history of our country. Do you know what has happened after those 2 times that this has happened?
No, I'm not against being wrong and be enlightened.
Both times have been 100 years apart, right? The
Okay.
first
Mhm.
time we did this, the conservative party that had power lost power for 60 years. It was so bad that they lost power for 60 years. The results were so bad that for 60 years, they no longer control Congress. Now, 100 years later, they did it again. And then after they did it again with the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, they lost 60% of their seats, which that 60 number is crazy. They lost the majority of power for implementing these universal tariffs. So they've done this 2 times. It's happened twice in our country history. Both times it was done by conservatives. Both times it was massively something that failed, and both times the conservative party that implemented this lost substantial power because it was so bad. So if this has happened twice in the history of our country and it's happening again, and they're repeating the same pattern, because the actual Republicans, since Donald Trump has gotten in power, the Republican Party has a net loss of 40 flip seats, meaning that the elections that have occurred, 40 seats that used to be held by Republicans are now held by Democrats, including in New York. I think it's like New York District 28 that Donald Trump won by like almost 80%. That got flipped, and the actual House seat that
Are you talking?
sits
Are you
in.
talking about seats now that they're in these primaries that are happening?
Yeah, since Donald Trump
All
won the
right, I just
election in
want to make sure we're
2024.
talking about the primaries. All
Yeah.
right, I just
Yeah,
want to make sure I
like
was understanding you.
special elections, general elections, runoffs,
Right.
things like that. Since Donald Trump won power in 2024, the Republican Party has seen a massive losing streak. So, with that being said, we have the midterms coming up. The Republican Party was already in jeopardy of losing the House. You have 30 some odd House Republicans that aren't even running for re-election anymore. They just said, fuck it, we're not even coming back. But the crazier thing about the House, do you know what's so special about being a senator, a United States senator?
No.
The United States senators there's only 100 of them. They get an actual term of 6 years instead of 4 years. And so
Right.
they hold more power, more control, more authority.
I get what you're saying versus a president of 4 years.
No, versus like a person in the House.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm all right. I misunderstood you. Sorry.
Yeah. So 36 Republican members of the House, they're just like either retiring, doing something else, or not coming back. Senators, which they normally don't just leave power, they have to lose. There's 6 Republican senators that just are not coming back, which is unheard of.
Have they stated why?
They said, "Oh, I want to spend more time with my family. Oh, I want to do other things."
So just give generic answers.
Yeah, but that's unprecedented. There's never been that many senators that all together just said, "No, thank you."
What would your opinion be as to why they're leaving?
They know history, and they also know forecasting. Because if you take a look, like I said, it's New York State District seat 22, and Trump won that by 77.9%. And Ohio State Senate District 35, Trump won that by 60.8%. Texas State District 9, he won that by 58.5%. Pennsylvania State District 36, he won that by 57.7%. Louisiana State House seat in District 60, he won that by 56.7%. All of those seats have, since Donald Trump won the presidential election, Republicans have all lost to Democrats in those special elections. They see the writing on the wall, and so 36 members of the House, they're leaving. And 6 members of the Senate, they're leaving. The House already had a split of 217 to 212, meaning that the Republicans only had 5 seats. They only had 5 seats, and you got 36 people who are just saying, no, thank you. That's bad.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, that's not looking pretty, but I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. I really don't. Because
the point that I want you to think about is that you talk about like Donald Trump and the tariffs, where 1, he implemented the tariffs. 2, the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs, which are held by conservative. 3, he's cost the American people a negative netting of $125.5 billion due to his tariffs, for the fact that this has been done twice in the U.S. history. And the first time, the Republicans lost power for 60 years. The second time, they lost 60% of their seats. 5, since Donald Trump has been in power, since he's implemented those tariffs, there's been a net of 40 seats gained by the Democrats from the Republicans. You have 36 members of House of Republicans from the House aren't coming back. 6 members of the Senate that's not coming back. Multiple seats that are held by Donald Trump, including Florida House District 87, where Mar-a-Lago is in Florida House District 87. That was won by a Democrat. What I'm saying is, not only is Donald Trump doing something that's extremely unpopular, he is doing something that has negatively affected the American people. He is doing something that's been shut down by other conservatives. He's literally doing something that is going to cause the Republican Party to lose power at a tremendous rate, and even he's admitted that. So the question I have,
when did he admit that? When did he admit that?
Oh, he's admitted multiple times that they're going to lose the midterms.
I'm asking like when though, so I can look it up. Like
multiple times. Like, it's been a whole thing. If you want, I can. Like, I know I got video clips of him saying that.
Yeah. I was gonna look it up, but if you can show me, yeah. I mean, I'm not disputing what you're saying.
Over the last couple of months, he's talked about how the actual Republican Party is going to lose the midterms. Him and also God damn it, I was about to say Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson has said it as well, but now he's saying that like he thinks that the Republicans somehow win. But Donald Trump has absolutely been open about losing the midterms. Which, to be fair,
I was going to say, wouldn't that just be him being objective?
Well, no, I was just about to say, to be fair, there's a historical trend of the party in power.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
At the midterms, but there's never been a historical trend as the one that the Trump administration is currently on. That's what I'm saying.
I would say, though, and I have to defend conservatives and the Republicans to an extent. I would say that the Democratic Party has a lot against itself too going in the midterms, with Eric Swalwell scandals, the fraud in Minnesota, 17 people arrested, the one lady for the Feeding the Future, the white lady, she got 40 years, 15 others.
Stop for a second. Yep. You're spamming. Eric Swalwell is not a part of the Democratic Party.
What I'm saying is that Republicans are going to capitalize on that to use it against Democrats.
They couldn't even capitalize on it in California. That's where I was going. You can try to say that, but like, they still didn't get enough support after that in order to get a runoff, a substantial runoff with the Republican candidates.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at California. It's a very liberal state, so
exactly, people don't care about that. But even if you talk about like Minnesota and you talk about the quote unquote fraud, hey, when did those fraud investigations start?
What, I think last year?
Nope.
Or was it this year?
Nope.
When did they? Oh, no. I think they started under Biden. I'm sorry. Yes. I was thinking like Nick Shirley. I apologize.
Not only did they start under Biden, but do you know where a majority of those cases were concluded?
No.
Under Biden.
Oh, all right. I get what you're saying. Never mind.
So not only was there a majority of the cases that started under the Biden administration, but they were completed under the Biden administration, because the Biden administration, it wasn't even the Biden administration. It was Minnesota. Like, they found out about the fraud. They worked and they started holding those people accountable and putting those people in jail. And then Trump administration wanted something to latch on afterwards, and Nick Shirley, with his stupid ass, gave them something to latch on to, and that's all they did. So sitting here and pretending like there was actually
let me understand. You think what Nick Shirley's done is categorically wrong to expose fraud just in general?
He didn't expose fraud.
No, I'm saying I'm just saying as a hypothetical, I guess, since you say he didn't, but if he was, and that was the case, would you say that was categorically wrong for him to do?
No, if he was able to expose
actual fraud. I'm only saying that because you do have some Democrats that have come out and said, "Oh, well, what he's doing and what people would do like that would be wrong."
I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. Yep. No, it's not categorically wrong if he was actually exposing fraud. But since he's not exposing fraud, he's perpetuating lies and misinformation. What he's doing is wrong. Him vilifying people and putting targets on black people backs in Minnesota, because he wants to lie is categorically wrong.
How is he discriminating against just black people?
He went after Somali people in Minnesota, putting actual Somali people and Somalian children in the line of danger by perpetuating lies.
Didn't the Democratic Party do that by calling all Trump supporters and people that have supported the conservatives or Republicans Nazis, dictators, and fascists when most of us
have
aren't?
To do about what we're talking about?
It's the same difference, man. You're saying what
not,
he's doing.
Literally, wait. You know why it's not the
you're
same,
saying him discriminating against the Somalis is no different than us being discriminated against.
Not the same difference. It's because we weren't talking
because you want to base it on race.
No, because we're talking about one thing, but instead of addressing the thing we're talking about, you had to bring something else up.
No. I'm using an example as
Adam. Listen to me for a second. I don't care about like other stuff. We can talk about other stuff in a minute if you want. I want you to address directly what I'm talking about. Don't bring up something that has nothing to do with the thing. You can say, "Oh yeah, bad people do like other people." No, fuck that. I don't care. I'm talking about Nick Shirley and what he did specifically. Can you address that?
Me personally, I don't think he singled out the people based on their race. I think he genuinely was looking for fraud. Okay. I mean, because he didn't just go to Minnesota, he went to California as well.
Even if you believe that he was genuinely looking for fraud, do you accept him publishing stuff that is factually incorrect and then perpetuating lies?
What did he factually misrepresent? Outside of the race
fraud. He didn't find any fraud. The actual place that he went to that he said was, this place right here where they had his address. Still speaking. The place that he went to and said, these people that have this address that they're supposedly here, they're using P.O. boxes. It wasn't. They live above the actual place that he went to. And then him going to the learning center and saying that there was not kids there. He's literally a random man showing up demanding to see kids.
Then why did the feds just raid the place, man? See, this is what I mean. This is how disingenuous the left is. The feds went in and took all the records and stuff by the boxes.
Give me proof.
It's literally in the news. You can watch the feds going into
where? When did this happen?
In Minnesota, the Leering Center.
When?
I think it was like a month or so ago. It was a little while ago.
Okay, then give me proof.
What do you mean give you proof? The proof's in the pudding. They went in and took records to go.
Fuck that pudding. I want tangible proof. That's so fucking stupid for you to say that. Give me an actual source that shows that the FBI went and raided them. I don't care about fucking pudding. This entire time, you've been talking about shit that's not true. I've been engaged with your feelings this whole time, and you haven't given me any type of factual information.
No, you're dismissing everything that they've done. No. You're dismissing everything because
shut the hell up. Now I've muted you. I haven't had to mute you this whole time. I'm dismissing the shit that you can't prove. If you can prove it, I can't dismiss it. But you've been talking from your feelings this entire time. So if you can prove something, then I will take it. But until you actually have factual information, I will continue to either disprove it or dismiss it. I don't care about you saying that this thing is in the pudding. No one's talking about pudding. We're talking about proof. I'm going to unmute you. I don't want to mute you. I don't want to mute you anymore. I apologize for raising my voice. I don't want to yell, but I would really, really, really appreciate it that either you prove the things that you say or you just stop saying them. I don't care which one.
Well, let's see. Like I said, lady, feeding our future, fraud, 40 years, 17 people, other people, well, including her, 15 indicted on 90 million in fraud. They're Somalis. 4.5 was the last one I know of. I don't know the details because that was the last one they didn't really release other than the number and the amount. So that there is proof because they're being indicted.
I'm not rejecting there's fraud. You and I have already agreed that these fraud cases started under the Biden administration, and they were brought to justice under the Biden administration, including the actual head of the actual fraud case, the white lady. I'm not denying any of those things. What I am denying, though, is you're saying that they were raided about a month ago by the FBI. Give me proof of that.
There's video proof of them going in. The news covered it. It was like the first time I've ever seen mainstream news.
Give me an actual source where I can see that.
CNN, Fox
What's
News,
the
all of
source?
them.
No, you naming when I say give me a
What do
source.
you mean by
If
a
you have, hold
source?
on.
Like
If
I
you have a
don't
source,
understand.
sure. If you have a source, just like I told you when I was telling you about like the $18 trillion, I said what I'm looking at is the Cato Institute. The title is Trump's $18 trillion fantasy, and this is from February 19, 2026. That's how you cite a source.
I guess my source would be the Federal Bureau of Investigations because they're the ones putting it out that this is what
That's
we
not a
found. This is what we
source.
did.
That's not how you cite a source.
I think you're trying to find the most base level thing that you can latch to say it's not
I'm just
something
trying
that
to
it
have
is.
you prove your words. I'm not trying to latch to anything. I'm trying to say prove the stuff that you're saying.
You're asking for a source, and I've given you many sources that have
No,
covered it.
you
I mean,
naming CNN and Fox News, that's not a source. I just told you how you cite a source. Would you like for me to repeat it?
the Cato Institute.
Yeah, no, that's not what I said. Because if I would have said my source is
No,
the Cato
I'm saying
Institute,
that's where you're getting your source from.
no, that's me giving you an example, but that's not how
Oh,
you
all
cite a
right.
source. Again, the way that I cited the source was saying my source is from the Cato Institute. The title is Trump's $18 trillion fantasy, and this is from February 19, 2026. That's how you cite a source. If I would have just told you my source is the Cato Institute, that wouldn't have been good enough. Now, what I'm requesting of you is to cite your source by not only telling me CNN, sure, CNN, what's the title and when did it happen? I need the actual title
I
and I
don't
need the
have the
date so I
title
can
and
look
all
it up.
that. I mean, I can get that stuff for you, but I
Okay,
don't have
so
titles off the rip off my head.
If you can't prove the stuff that you're saying, then I'm not going to accept the stuff that you're saying. That's the point. Like you don't get to just say stuff that
just
you can't
because
prove.
someone can't give you what you want, you just dismiss it as a lie and it's
Why
not
should
factual.
I didn't say that you're lying. I'm saying why should I accept something that you can't prove? We've already went through this when you were talking about the border and you was like, oh, I saw this with my own eyes. And I said, well, I didn't see it. So I'm telling the truth. Like, again,
So you're okay. Since you want to go back to the border, we're just going to totally disregard all the videos of all these people at the border showing mass people, millions of people trying to cross. We're just going to ignore any of that as proof that that border was wide open. We're just going to dismiss all of that because it doesn't.
Tangible proof.
The video itself is proof.
Give me tangible proof. This is the same shit.
No,
this
you
is the
want
same shit that
an
I told.
institution or some headline that says this or that.
Idiot. This is the same shit that I told that fucking idiot Dave Rubin. He said the same thing, and his proof was the video from RFK Jr. And I don't fucking trust RFK Jr., who is openly admitted of sniffing booger sugar off a public toilet seat. I want data. I want empirical information. You sitting here saying, I saw this is not enough. And you tried to pivot back to the border. I don't give a fuck about the border because you've already conceded on that. I was only using the example of saying we've already talked about this. So my thing is now, Adam, either give me proof that the FBI raided the Learning Center last month, or admit that you are wrong.
I don't know if I can do this on my phone. I'm going to try to minimize the screen so I can go and get it.
Take your time. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people.
No, knock yourself out. I just want to make sure I'm accurate.
Yeah. That was in the chat for Renell for the $5 donation saying, I hope you know your true... not fans, followers, love and support you. I love and support you guys as well. We know you're a good person. You're always holding yourself accountable. No worries, friend. Yes, I said friends. I know that's right. Debbie's in the chat for Renell. Debbie's in the chat for Kayla for the $15 donation saying, bet, let me cook and make this debate happen. Also, late Juneteenth, don't know because I was broke yesterday. Oh, fucking good. Debbie's in chat for Kayla. Thank you for the 15. Yeah, set that shit up. Set it up. I'll set them up and I'll knock them down. Debbie's in chat for Jay. What up, Jay? God damn, it's been a minute. You, my op, it's been a minute. Let you know I need to crash out on Homegirl. I don't know who she is, but yeah, no, Jay, we're good. We're good, twin. Don't even worry about it. She's not worth it. That was in chat for Courtney for the $20 donation saying, I had no idea that I missed Juneteenth live. It was, listen, I'm trying to actually, guys, we have so many violations on the YouTube recording VOD yesterday from the Jubilee live. I'm not Jubilee, the Juneteenth live. I'm trying to finish all the edits. So right now the live is blocked. We got all types of violations. I knew that video was not going to be able to be published because of all the different music that we played. But don't worry, I'm trying to fix it. And then you guys will be able to see it because it was a time that was had. He said, however, as an ops manager of the multi-billion-dollar company, we had an opportunity to put Juneteenth event on for our employees, and we spent time educating before enjoying the lunch. The work you do makes me excited to educate people. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Courtney. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you for the 15, but all good. I'm going to try to see if I can fix the recordings on YouTube so you guys can go back and watch it because we had an all-star panel. Like, it was fucking crazy. But thank you for that. W's in the chat for Dev for the $5 super chat to say, how do you debate anyone who has no evidence on their back up their claim, nor any logical defense of their belief? Keep cooking these people. Like, that's the only thing that, like, when I tell you the thing that I'm trying to do is make them critically think. Like, the critical thinking is at an all-time low within our society, and I just want people to think critically. Like, that's literally it. Did he leave? Aw, not the little snowflakes over on TikTok getting upset. Aw. Guys, we just got a 10-minute restriction here over on TikTok. So please, please, please lock in for me. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, knock out the daily gift goal. If you can send any gifts, please do that. But keep tapping the screen, share the live to your stories and all this other stuff. We've made MAGA mad. They apparently are highly, highly upset. And so since they're upset, they're doing the weird shit. They're doing the weird shit, but it's only 10 minutes. So we'll be past it in 10 minutes. So guys, if you don't mind, keep doing all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send any gifts if you can, but knock out the daily gift goal. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, if we're going to be honest, the reason why they don't like to debate me is what just happened there. Like, they don't like to debate me because I won't let them talk about their feelings. Like, that's all it is. They get upset when I say, what's your source? It's weird. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with you having Juneteenth as your title when the day is over, bud.
When do
It's
I have
time to move
Juneteenth as
on.
my title? Oh, you know what? You're right. God damn it. Good call. Not you coming. Yeah, W's for you. I forgot to update.
It's time to move on. That shouldn't even be a national holiday.
First and foremost, you're breaking up. Second of all, like, why should I take you serious if you're too scared to come in here on your real account? Like, serious question.
This is my real account.
This isn't. My real account, this literally isn't. You got 3 followers and you follow one person. This is your spam account, bub.
Yeah, the person I follow is your boy Dean Withers. He's scared.
I don't care about who you follow. I'm saying, why should I take you? I'm saying, why should I take you serious if you're not even confident enough to come in here on your real account?
This is my real account that I debate on.
This isn't your real account.
Like I said, boy, this is my real account.
Like I said, you fucking. You know what? I'm not even. I don't care. Listen, the whole thing is, shut up. I don't even normally engage with trolls, right? But I decided to bring you up just because
I'm not a troll.
You're a troll, and I'm going to put you in timeout. The only reason I brought you up is because I just was expecting the STR, but you were able to hold like 10 seconds of a conversation before you showed your fragility, which is fine. You're a fucking kid. But with that being said, you are too much of a coward to show up on your real account, and I'm going to do you a favor. I'm just going to go ahead and get you up out the paint and block you since you, Yep. Look who got blocked before he could slur, chat. He was literally about to try to slur, but he got blocked before he could get it out. Look at God. He got blocked before he could get it out. And I wanted to talk to him about why he said that, like, that Juneteenth isn't, Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday. Like, I wanted to talk to him, but he couldn't, like, you guys are so feeble, you can't fucking stop crashing in. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Dan, welcome back.
Hey, what's happening, Santana?
Hello. Dan, did you come up because you disagree with something on the background that you want to debate?
We had a topic yesterday. I didn't get clarification on one thing, and I thought maybe you might be able to help me. I was given a chance, an opportunity to say what feminism was, but nobody answered that. And I was just going to see if I could get that That was the last thing I needed.
You want to know what feminism is?
Yeah. I was asked.
Did you go look it up?
Can I describe it? And then I did. And then I looked up, and we kind of got in a little debate about definitions and how that's not it.
You went back
and I wanted to get better clarification.
To get information about it.
Yeah. And then I did, and it aligned with what I said. But that was a big part of what we talked about. Like, if you remember, we talked about dictionary and definitions. I just wanted to know, like, what is, let me get your definition. And that's about the only thing. And then thanks for everything yesterday. The women that you had on yesterday on Juneteenth.
Did your wife hear this live yesterday? Dan?
What was it? What was the question? I'm sorry.
Did your wife hear the live from yesterday?
Yeah, she was with me.
What did she say?
I wrote you a message actually of what she said. I shot to one of your things, so you could see it. She goes, well, one of the things was I tokenized her, and she said, but she goes, I set you up for that one. I don't want to deflect. She goes, why don't you tell them this? And I did, and I got eaten alive for it, and it doesn't matter. But I don't even want to say what it was because it'll happen. But we laughed about it together, and but nobody knows, intimately what's going on when two people are sitting next to each other.
No, I agree with that.
That doesn't matter. Yesterday, I enjoyed it a lot. So
I think there's so much to that, and like I will say, like you focusing on your relationship with your wife is super important. Being in lockstep with your wife is like the most important thing. 1 second. 1 second. You being in lockstep with your wife is more important than anything else. The one thing that I will say though is like you said that you looked it up. I'll give you credit for that. I can tell you about it, especially since you said you actually went and looked it up. But can you give me kind of a recap of what you found?
Yeah, I almost believe, like, in my looking it up at the time, my definition was really close to what I said, and was that it's equal rights for both sexes was my, and
Do you remember what Ari was saying was wrong with the actual premise of like feminism?
No. I don't. We skipped around topics a little bit, and that's why I was like, was kind of like the last thing that stuck with me a little bit. I go, I didn't get real clarification on that, and I go, I can better educate myself if I did know what it was,
Yeah. Did you hear the mention of womanism?
I remember, we talked about the few different things of colorism and womanism, but I don't remember. So,
yeah. Well, so what I'll say is there's a huge difference between womanism and feminism. I think that's where you would really, really, really want to focus and get information on that. But I invited Ari back up, one, because I wanted her to, like, if you guys could talk for a few minutes, but also I'm going to let her cover me just for a moment. But Ari, I will pay you for your education. Could you do like just kind of a breakdown as far as feminism for him, and follow up with that? And I promise you, because Black women labor isn't free, would you mind educating him for a few minutes while I step away?
I got you.
Thank you. That was in chat.
Only because Santana asked me nicely and said, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, the big distinction between the two is just one centers Black women. But they both, for me, and how I argue feminism is the abolition of patriarchy, period, point blank. Womanism is the abolition of patriarchy centering Black women. That's really it for me. There are higher specifics in there in terms of like who coined terms. But I don't think y'all really care that much, because if y'all did, y'all would look it up. But womanism centers Black women, and because I've seen a lot of white women start, and I'm going to say this now in the live because I've seen a lot of white women start doing it. Only Black women can be womanist. I'm going to make that very fucking clear, because I've seen some white women go, yeah, I'm a womanist. No, you're not. Womanism is only for Black women.
Yeah. See, and yeah, that, and I didn't look up yesterday after talking womanism, and so that was something that I didn't know.
Yeah. Well, also, you're not a feminist, and last time you were up here, you were claiming to be a feminist. Men can't be feminists because you are the oppressor.
Well, and you, I conceded on that. I was given knowledge about that, and I can understand that.
Yeah,
But,
just like white people can't be pro-Black because you are the oppressor.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else?
No. I think that gives me a clear definition between the two, and thank you.
What is that? What does the abolition of patriarchy look like?
What do you? I'm sorry, Arya. One of my children just came down and sat with me. You okay, buddy? I don't know. Can you tell me?
The abolition of gender. The abolition of masculinity.
But I guess, what can I do about it? What can I do to be better? I can't choose what I am. I can only try to be better. And
you literally can. You can deconstruct like your connection with masculinity. You can literally begin to deconstruct that. Not saying that gender is going to end in a year. Not saying that gender is going to, because I'm a gender abolitionist. I'm very clear about that. And the only way to abolish patriarchy is to abolish the gender binary, because the gender binary specifically is for the maintenance of a patriarchal construct. And so if you want to truly see the abolition of that patriarchal construct, then we must abolish gender. How to abolish gender is we have to begin to deconstruct our connections to this idea of femininity and masculinity. For the cis people in the chat, though, do not go around and start policing trans people. Trans people's connection to gender and gender identity is different than cis people, and that is for trans people to discuss amongst each other. Don't you dare go into a trans person's live and start saying, hey, you need to stop doing gender affirming care. Don't you start doing that. Their journey is different than cis people's, and that's going to be different. I want to make sure that's very clear as we're going into this conversation about what gender abolition looks like.
See, I'm writing notes, things that I can look up later to better educate myself. So I believe
it's going to be the most important is for men to deconstruct masculinity, because the purpose of masculinity is to perpetuate violence.
Yeah, I just think you're incredibly educated on these things, and I did a bit of research yesterday, so I do appreciate it. And when I first came up here, Santana, I told him that I didn't have a lot of time, and he brought you in, which I thank you. I appreciate and I will continue to try to educate myself. And we actually spoke earlier today, Ari, so it was good speaking to you again. And it's 3 times in 2 days, and each time I take away something. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Have a good one.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. For the chat, for those who are like wondering about books, like the best books about understand, like I'm telling y'all straight up, for the best books to understand how patriarchy works and how gender works, one, of course, Judith Butler, where she talks about gender being performance, but it's actually listening to trans feminists, especially like Black trans feminists, are the most insightful. Are they difficult reads? Yes, they are extremely difficult reads. You're going to have to take your time reading if you truly want to understand. But in book club, we've read, in the book club I run, we read 2 books from Black trans feminists. One, Black on Both Sides, A Racial History on Trans Identity was one of them. And the second one we read was Black Trans Feminism, which breaks down the intersection of gender, race, and how these constructs are upheld and how our performances also uphold these structures in certain ways as well. So, yeah, I mean, book club is open to anybody, as long as you're not a Nazi. That's the number 1 rule. And then 2, it's in bold as soon as your application is accepted, that there is no white fragility in my Discord. I'm a Black woman. I'm not doing the white fragility. Not sorry about it. So no white fragility and no tone policing the response to oppression. If you're okay with those terms and you're above the age of 21, because we read books that are, obviously white supremacy is very violent. So, with understanding white supremacy is very violent, the Discord's 21 plus, because obviously it's not a child's conversation. Who are the authors? I'm chilling outside in a parking lot right now because I am running. I showed up early to my yoga class because I'm supposed to be taking yoga right now. So I don't have Riley C. Snorian is Black on Both Sides. And I forget, I think Marquise Bay is the author of Black Trans Feminism.
Yeah. Ari, thank you so much for coming up and holding that for me. I didn't realize that you guys had talked again, but I definitely appreciate you being willing to have that conversation with them. And you can send me an invoice.
No, you're good. You're good. No problem.
All right.
Have a good day.
You as well. W's in the chat for Ari, guys. W's in the chat for Ari. We're going to keep this thing going. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only 1 coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Oh. I lost the person. And of course, the guy never came back on YouTube. That's super interesting. He never came back on YouTube, guys. W's in the chat for Lily for the $5 donation. First time donor. Holy shit. Thank you, Lily. W's in the chat for Lily. Thanks for informing people on what's happening here in Minnesota. There's so much misinformation being spread. Yeah. Like, what's the crazy shit? And I say this all the time. Like, there's enough fucked up stuff happening in the world where we could just talk about the stuff. We don't have to make things up. That's why, like, I know a lot of people like to do hypotheticals. I don't like hypotheticals. Not because, like, I can't follow a hypothetical or I don't see the intended purpose for hypotheticals. The reason why I don't really fuck with hypotheticals is because the things that I talk about, they literally, we can quantify those things. And so since we can quantify those things, then we don't have to talk about hypotheticals. Like, just put your stuff on the table. What you got? That was in the chat for Rachel for the $5 donation saying, good afternoon. I have a pet turtle who has learned that when I come near her tank, she usually gets food. So when she sees me, she splashes to get my attention, to get her to come over and hopefully give her food. My pet turtle thinks more critically than MAGA donuts. Facts. W's in the chat for Rachel. W's in chat for the pet turtle. I actually, when I was younger, when I was just a wee Santana, I had a pet turtle, and I named my pet turtle Chuck Norris, and I used to call him Chuck for short. W's in the chat. Long live Chuck. W's in the chat for Doreen for the $5 donation saying happy belated Juneteenth. Thank you, Doreen. Holy fuck, I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Doreen. Thank you so much for the $5. Over on YouTube, W's in the chat for Ian for becoming a late night tuber, and W's in the chat for Just Alpha. Holy shit, what up? It's been forever. Just Alpha sent a $10 YouTube super chat to say, hey Santana, it's been quite a while. How have you been? Things have been crazy lately, huh? Yes. To this caller, when there's no further context, to this caller, how can you prove something in a video when there's no true context behind it? Like, facts. That's what we're talking about. Facts. W's in the chat, and I hope you're doing well. Like it has been a while. I hope your training went well and everything. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen, who sent out a Twitch subscription. W's in the chat for Mander, who sent one chair bit to say, do you think someone in the public eye who fucks up publicly should address their mistakes publicly as well? Yeah, I do. I think, but also it can't be a performative nature. I think that like the apology should be as loud as the disrespect. Like that's the rule that I live by. The apology should be as loud as the disrespect. So if the disrespect was done quietly, then like the apology can be done quietly. But if the disrespect was out and blatant and loud, then you got to make that apology just as loud. I'm someone that absolutely lives by that. W's in the chat for Project 454 for the 100 cheered bits to say, Santana, you need to use his full name. It's Mike has a small Johnson. That's funny. I'm not gonna say that, but W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Broccoli, who resubscribed over on Twitch, said, keep it up, sir. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of us. Thank you. And last but not least, W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen, who sent the one cheer bitch to say Twitch loves Ari. I can believe that. I've been telling Ari, like, no lie. I talked, and so all the people that came through yesterday for the Juneteenth live, I fussed at them afterwards because you guys were so kind and you sent them donations to me. And so I had to try to properly make sure that I got the donations over to them. But each and every one of them, I fussed at them about making sure that they got their Twitch and their YouTube set up, because Twitch and YouTube, you guys are awesome. And there's a community of people that want to hear from them. So I fussed at them about that. And W's in the chat for that for Twitch for all the donos. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. One thing that I do want to talk about is kind of a follow-up from the Juneteenth live from yesterday. 1 second here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I'm a big Trump advocate, and I disagree with everything you have in your background.
Okay, just to verify, are you an American citizen?
I'm a dual citizen from Montgomery, Alabama, man.
I don't believe that. I mean, you don't have to lie. I'll still talk to you. I just want to know, are you actually an American citizen?
I am, yes, I'm a dual citizen.
Why Montgomery, Alabama?
Brian Harvey, good Irish mayor, nice ethics, and
no, what I'm saying is, how the hell did you end up in? No, wait, how did you end up in Montgomery? That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's where I got my visa, and it's where I earned my green card.
And you still wait? Do you still stay there, or like, are you somewhere else?
I do. Well, mostly I stay in Ireland, but I do about 4 or 5 months over in Montgomery. Yeah, I love it. It's great.
Really?
It's a great place. It's a great place to live.
Montgomery. That's okay. All right. Would you like to talk about why you still support Jimothy today, or do you want? Do you have a point on the background that you specifically want to talk about?
I want to talk about your ideology, if that's okay.
How do you think you know my ideology?
Because I know its background and where it started in the 60s.
What's my ideology?
Your ideology is femboy ideology, it's simp ideology, it's backing up what feminists display as what is history, but is a horrible taught through music, Hollywood, universities, a horrible narrative of what history actually was, because we wouldn't exist unless men and women actually stood together. So it's a pretty stupid history. It's what most people believe. It's what infected most of women's minds these days, along with other things like the pill, which is being linked to all sorts of mental health as well. But that's what you're advocating for.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
No, you're advocating for neuroticism. That's
Hold on, slow down. You're just wrong on my ideology. Like you just no bullshit. You just came up here.
You're Parker and Dean's bitch.
Shh. Don't crash in. Like I want to talk to you. Don't do that, because you're gonna run if you do that. Just calm down. Be a man. Be a man. I muted you. I don't want to mute you anymore. I'm gonna send you a request to go ahead and unmute. So you came up here and you started talking about like my ideology, and I even allowed you to actually try to explain to me my ideology, and you're just like factually wrong on what I stand for, what I believe in. And then I heard you start trying to talk about other people, which I think that's super interesting, that you, just because I actually share spaces with people, you think that I believe in the same exact things that they believe in. That's a little bit weird. Why wouldn't you actually come up here and like try to confirm your beliefs on my ideology before you just say like, oh, this is what you believe?
So how do you differentiate them between Dean and Parker?
Oh, I'm way more left than Dean and Parker, and I believe in actually.
Oh, so you're way more radical.
Do you want me to finish answering your question?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I believe in dismantling all these societal structures that actually continue to marginalize people, and more than anything, more than like politics or anything else, I am like pro-black as hell. So the first and foremost thing that's at the front of my mind is overwhelming success and progress for Black people. I want to see everybody do well, but specifically I care about Black people and Black people doing well. So
okay, so are you pro Azalea Banks?
I mean pro Azalea Banks in the sense that she's a Black woman and I want her to be okay.
Would you say she's a racist woman?
No, that's not how racism works.
Is it not? As an Irishman, I'm
racist.
pretty offended. I'm pretty offended by the comments she made. Considering
you sound like a little snowflake to me if you're offended.
Oh,
don't be a sensitive snowflake. Come on now, be a man.
No, don't worry, bitch.
You just told me that I hurt your feelings.
I'm not. No, I'm not your bitch, son.
You just said that I hurt your feelings. Why are you crying about your feelings?
If you would let me explain how she's racist, I'll tell you how you're a little bitch about it.
Don't cry about your feelings. I thought you were a man.
I will tell you how you're a little bitch about it.
You're literally crying about your feelings.
I'm not crying. I'm telling you how
you just did it. You said I'm a little offended. I'm a little offended. You're gonna make me get my shillelagh. You just said that shit.
She made racist comments for no reason whatsoever against Irish people, considering the guy that she made a racist comment against was a guy that had just had his eyes stabbed out.
Okay. Again, like Black people can't be racist.
Oh, you don't want to answer that, Santana, do you?
Is
you don't want to answer that, do you? No.
I directly answered it, you fucking donut. Did you not hear me?
You're a roasted Sultana, aren't you?
I just answered you directly, you fucking donut. You're so stupid that you don't even understand that I'm talking to you. Like you're a fucking idiot.
Are you talking to me or are you
shut up. Shut up, you beta. You cuck beta. Again, see, this is the difference between me and my little brothers. And while they may be someone that's willing to have patience, I don't play the fuck shit. Shut up. I don't know who trained you, but I will do it better. And I will take your pot of gold if you don't sit quietly and allow me to finish my sentence. Now, what I was saying, you little crybaby, is that's not how race nor racism works. And the question I have for you, is Irish a race?
Oh, are you allowing me to speak now, bitch?
Yes, you may speak. Is Irish a race?
Well, what are we talking about? Ethnicity? We're talking about culture.
The question is directly, is Irish a race?
Bullshit down, dumbass.
Is Irish a race, you fucking donut?
Have a conversation.
Answer the question.
A race?
No, it's not. No, American's not a race. Is Irish a race?
So what ethnicity are you, Sultana?
Is Irish a race? Answer the question. I answered your stupid ass question. Now answer my question.
Well, when you say a race, you want dictionary definition, is that right?
I want to know, is Irish a race?
No.
Okay, so if Irish isn't a race and you saying that she was racist towards someone who's Irish, that doesn't even make sense.
Well, how does it not make sense when somebody's being racist? Does it matter whether it's
Irish isn't a race?
Does it matter who it's against? You're saying a race to try and get a rave out of your stupid audience. But let's have a conversation.
I'm trying to get you. Listen, I'm going to mute you again because you're stupid, and I got to talk to you in stupid sentences. Since we know that Irish is not a race, even if you think you know what racism is, which you don't, you have to admit that you can't be racist towards someone if you're not targeting their race. You see how that works? You see it? You see how that works? Like if you even wanted to claim that she was being racist, then you would have to talk about them and her targeting his race, not his nationality. There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. I know you're too stupid to understand that, but I will teach you. Now you may speak. Not gonna come off mute. After all those times, just like randomly spam unmuting while I was speaking. That was what I was about to say. What are we doing?
So why don't you answer the question, Sultana, rather than just try and stick somebody on a stupid point?
What's the question?
Which doesn't actually make sense.
What's the question? Stop crying and give me your question.
I'll ask you the fucking question.
You're
if you
whining like a little. You're such a toddler.
Temperament.
You're such a beta cuck.
If you would calm down
you're such a beta. Stop being a crybaby.
No,
baby.
you're such a bitch.
Do I need to get you a binky and a bottle?
You won't shut up long enough to hear a conversation.
When you won't listen to me. Stop crying. Man up.
Are you playing to your audience, or are you always a bitch?
I'm talking to you. Man up.
I will ask the same question again. Is Azealia Banks racist?
No, I've already answered the question. Why would you ask it again? That doesn't make sense. If I answered your question, why would you keep? What's the point of the same question? God, you're stupid.
Tell me how she's not, Sultana.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing that on purpose.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you, you fucking donut. Shut up. I'm doing that on purpose. I know exactly what you're saying. I'm literally doing that on purpose. I'm not talking to you right now. Shut up, you coward. I'm doing that on purpose. I'm intentionally doing that. Anyway, back to you.
Loser.
Oh, baby bottles in the chat for the baby bottles in the chat and snowflakes in the chat for the little beta cuck. Baby bottles and snowflakes in the chat for the little beta cuck. You came up here saying, I'm a man, you're a femboy. And then you said, you hurt my feelings. Listen to me, when? Why won't you listen to me, when? I'm a man, you supposed to listen to me, when? Baby bottles and snowflakes in the comments for the little beta cuck. Now, I've already answered your question. Why would I answer the same stupid question if I've already answered it?
Okay, are you finished with your fascist mute button now?
You don't know what fascism is, you donut.
Oh, I know exactly what fascism is. Exactly what you're exerting. Exactly what you're exerting on your mute button, Sultana.
What's fascism?
Because you're a tyrannical leftist idiot.
Fascism?
Who's been indoctrinated.
You're literally just saying shit, and you don't know anything.
This whole fucking life.
You know what's funny?
You've got an argument.
You have to be like, it has to hurt to be this stupid. And it also like rails against you coming up here and saying that you're such a big, strong, tough guy that all you've done is cried the entire time. You've cried, you've complained about other men. It's so weird. Like you came up here pretending as if you were some type of macho man and then immediately start crying about other people. And then it started crying because you didn't think I was answering your question. And now you've gotten fucking a violation because you don't have impulse control. God damn it. God damn it. You can come back in 10 minutes, but you got a 10-minute flag. The one thing that I will say, is that for all the people, I was intentionally leaning into toxic masculinity. Like I was showing him how his entire premise was stupid, because just pretending that you have to be a quote unquote man and, you know, having some type of moral compass means that you are less than is absolutely asinine. So I did it on purpose. Beef tallow. Are you I remember you. Are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with something on the background?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter.
You disagree with something on the background?
Yes. Well, I was going to disagree with the thing you said, but down there, the ashamed of being black.
Are you black?
Yes.
Are you lying?
No.
I don't believe you.
Why do you not believe me, sir?
Just because you seem like a liar.
Why would you think I'm a liar?
What part of the country are you from?
I'm from Alabama.
From Alabama. Okay. And you still live in Alabama?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Approximately how old are you?
26.
26. Okay. You're from Alabama, 26.
Right.
Question for you.
Go ahead.
You're from Alabama. Ooh. I know it. Hold on 1 second. I know for sure. 1 second. If you're from Alabama, can you name, can you tell me the name of 3 HBCUs in Alabama?
Why would I know that, dude? I go to a white school.
Oh, okay. So you don't know 3 HBCUs in Alabama. Ooh, that's not a good
Is that
start.
a requirement for being black now? You have to know where HBCUs
No, but
are?
you're blackfishing, and like I don't believe you. You need more people. And if you can't get through a basic line of questions from a black man, then I refuse to let you talk about my black ass issues. Because you fragile ass white men always want to talk about shit that don't actually.
I think you're fragile.
I don't care.
You're trying to make,
I care what you think?
Fragile. You're trying to make us fragile.
You literally just admitted that you're a white man. Why are you fragile and a liar?
I said I go to a white school.
No, you just said I'm trying to make you fragile, and I was just talking about fragile ass white men. You admitted that you're a white man.
No, you said fragile ass black man.
No, I said white men.
Okay, well, I misheard you.
Yeah, I don't care.
Stop trying
You're
to
not
make,
black, and I refuse to let you talk about that topic. So pick another topic.
Sir, you can't tell me what I am and what I'm not.
I don't care.
I'm a person
either
of color.
You prove it or you pick another topic. You can pick one of the two. I don't care.
How can I prove it? I don't even have camera access.
Well,
bro.
then if
but
you
I
can't
would turn
prove
it on
then,
if I did.
Give me. Is this your real account?
Yep. Hell yeah, it is.
It feels like a troll account.
How is it? Why is it?
It feels like a troll account, but I was literally trying to run you through a dialogue tree to see if you passed the sniff test. You don't seem like you passed the sniff test, but I'm willing to engage. Now, if you can't answer the questions correctly, then kind of fuck. But if you can,
all right,
then I'll let you talk about it.
I want you to prove to me why I can't be racist.
I don't have to prove shit to you, and that's not on the background.
You were just talking about it.
I don't give a fuck. It's not on the background. And I just said that you, like, literally, I don't believe you're black. So unless you're willing to actually substantiate that, then you don't get to talk about black ass issues.
All right, you can live in your delusional land as long as you want.
I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, I really don't care about what you're saying right now. If you're not here to debate, then find somewhere else to cry. I don't know what's happening. But I don't care about you guys randomly crying. I have no interest in your tears. As a matter of fact, put your tears in the pot of greed. All of them. Put all your tears inside the pot of greed. I'll take them. I think I care about you crying. Look at the troll. Stop it. Carmela is an adult. Yeah, I'm going to mute you. I don't give a fuck about you saying Carmela is an adult. I will send you a request. Hey, guess what I'm smoking on when I get off live? I'm smoking on that Metcalf pack. I'm like, no, I'm rolling up that Kurt pack followed by that Metcalf pack. Now come up here and talk about that. I bet you won't do it. That boy got packed up. He got packed up. I love how you fragile men love coming in here and trying to talk shit and lean into your dog whistle racisms. Guess what? I don't care about your racism, and I'm funnier than you, and I'm willing to take it to the depths of hell. Michelle Obama, love her to death, but Michelle Obama did a disservice by telling people to go high when they go low. And that's why you guys can't figure out why I am not a part of the tolerant left. I am not a part of the tolerant left. I am petty, I am funny, and I am factual. I will dog walk you up and down the street. and I will laugh at your fallen heroes. Shout out to the bowling ball. No, baby, I'm fine. I didn't realize that. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If we could, guys, can we knock out the donuts? Please, please, please. Can we knock out the donuts? Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Do you have an actual topic on the background that you would like to debate?
Are you ready to be mature?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you're not going to debate a topic on the background, then I'm going to just do the same thing.
We're going to talk about white privilege right now.
Okay, so you're admitting that you're a white man?
No.
Okay, so then if you're not a white man and you're not admitting that you're a white man, then you don't get to talk about the topic.
Why can't I talk about white supremacy as a black male?
Because I have no interest in having you account for white men in my life.
Why not?
Because if you're saying that you're not a white man, then I don't want to talk to you about that. And you're unwilling to substantiate your race. Like, that's on you.
How do I substantiate it to you, bro?
I was trying to give you a list of questions. You don't even want to go through the questions.
Go through your damn questions.
Now, you already got one strike against you. You couldn't name an HBCU. It's not about you going to a PWI. It's about understanding that if you are in Alabama, from Alabama, and you're black, you of course know some of the HBCUs. So you're just lying.
Sir, I didn't go to college.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm an electrician.
Wait, you said that you went to a white college, so you lied again. Why am I supposed to believe anything that you're saying if you can't even be truthful? Like, why should I talk to you?
I left University of Alabama to go to a trade school.
You said that you go to a white college. You said that.
I said I used to go to a white college.
You said I go to a white school. You said I go to a white school.
You're not listening, bro. You got to get your ears checked.
I don't have to quote. You know what's funny? You're on YouTube, you donut. Like, I'm live on YouTube. You know what's even more funny?
Fine.
I can run it back. So I'm going to put you on mute. I need you to shushies. Let's just listen to what you said.
Maybe I misspoke.
Nope, I don't care. You said I need to get my ears checked.
I'm putting you on mute. Bro. You're
Stop.
crying.
You're literally running right now because I'm putting you on mute to play. Dude. No, I'm putting you on mute to play the clip. And instead of me playing the clip, you keep trying to come off mute to talk over it when you know that you got cooked. You came up here not realizing, because the last time we talked, we were on Solid's live, and you just assumed that I do the same thing as Solid, not realizing that I've been hounding Solid about getting on YouTube and not realizing that I could just play back the stuff that you said. So I'm telling you right now, if you come off mute again and don't allow me to play this, I'm just going to take it as a concession and kick you because you're running. So stay on mute, and I'm going to play the sound. Boom. Sorry, Twitch and horizontal YouTube. I know you guys couldn't hear it. I forgot to pull it out on the other tab, but I apologize. But you literally just admitted that you go to a white school. You said that. So can you admit
my
that you
trade
lied?
School is a white school?
You just said that you went to the University of Alabama, but then you lied again.
Before.
You lied and just said that you didn't go to college. Before you said you went to a trade school, you said I don't go to college.
I don't currently go to college.
You can't keep your lies straight. And you know what's even funnier, right?
What?
As you were sitting here lying, I absolutely just got confirmation that not only are you a white man, but you've admitted that you're a white man in Solid's live. So again, why should I believe you when you can't keep your lies straight?
He's lying. I'm not a white man.
You know what's funny about you saying him or Solid lying? Like Solid didn't tell me that.
The people in the chat told you that.
No, I don't look at the chat. I'm not gonna listen to the chat.
Who told you that?
Oh, my wife who actually sits and listens in on Solid's lives all the time. And so you can say whatever you want, but management is one of the most honest people you will ever come across. And my wife,
I don't think she's lying.
Yeah,
I think she's confused.
Nope, I don't care. My wife pulled your card. I'm not going to actually talk to you because you can't get your lies straight. What's the point in debating someone who won't, like, you can't even be honest? What are we doing? What are we doing? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. Send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. W's in the chat for Holly said, Father's Day live tomorrow. It's a Father Day live for me every day. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation saying, who loves Montgomery and for why? Richard Montgomery doesn't love Montgomery, but hey, as long as he stays out of Birmingham, yeah, like he just wanted to come up here and be fragile. That's all it was. That was in chat as well from Marie for the $1 donation. You know what? Send him to Mobile. He can join the what leprechauns? Yeah, and then jump in the bay. Dibs on his pot of gold. No, I already collected his pot of gold. I collected his soul and his pot of gold. That was in chat for Aaron for the $2 donation saying, I never understand when white people pressure you about your background topics. Boundaries don't need to be justified. Yeah, like they're fragile and it's fine. I'm willing to engage, but they just don't they don't engage with any type of substance. I mean, that's it. That was in the chat for Courtney for the $10 donation saying, not only I got into a PWI, I'm a black man from Mississippi and I can name every HBCU in the state. That man is a liar. P.S. If I know better back when I got my education, I probably would have went to HBCU. Like literally, no BS. I got accepted to the University of South Carolina, Lander University, and Benedict College, which is the HBCU. And I decided to go to HBCU because it was free for me, but it ended up being way more beneficial than going to the University of South Carolina because, man, I'm telling you, it made such a huge difference in my life. Being able to actually be educated by Black people that actually cared about me versus going to the University of South Carolina and being the last for my social, like it made a huge shift in my life and how things turned out for me. So W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Courtney, for the 10. W's in the chat for Tess for the $10 donation saying, why does the guest have a PFP of the Dallas Stars hockey team playoff run if he's from Alabama? Keep getting them. Yeah, like that's the whole point. Like I knew he was bullshitting. Like we knew. Chat, we knew he was full of shit. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Christopher, the $3 donation saying, hey, Santana, just wanted to say I've really been enjoying your lives lately. Thank you. They've been very educational and I'm learning more each day. Keep being amazing. Christopher, thank you so much for the 3. I really appreciate it. Like if you take anything away from my lives, that means so much for me. But for me, it's not just about learning, right? I think that's super important. It's funny. I was exchanging messages with someone yesterday and they were like, oh, you know, I learned so much in your live today. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. But did you have fun? And they were like, yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I was like, all right, and my job is done. Because while I think it's important to like learn something, I think the best way to actually be receptive to learning and growing is by having a good time. That's why, like when I make these backgrounds and I have the music and I make my jokes and I try to make sure that it's entertaining, I know that you reach more people and you convey more information if you can actually give them information in a form that's receptive to them. And so that's why I have all the bells and whistles. That's why I make the jokes. That's why I do, like, that's also me as well. I cope with a lot of things through comedy, but I know for a fact that I can reach more people in those type of ways than just like sitting down and telling them things. W's in the chat for Manders for the one Twitch bits, one cheer bit said Twitch couldn't hear. Yeah, I forgot to pull the thing out, but it was okay. He was just fucking lying. Like, you guys didn't want to hear that anyway. W's in chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $2 super chat to say cry babies gonna cry. They are. That's all they do. It's so weird. It's so weird. They're so weird. Whatever. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We got 1.5 thousand people hanging out on TikTok. Look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got 45 new followers on the stream. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours. And I know for a fact there's more than 45, almost 4 hours. Holy shit. I know for a fact there's more than 45 people that are watching that have not hit that follow button. So hit that follow button, turn on notifications. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up. But also, if you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, guess what? You don't have to leave where you are. The only thing you have to do is click that link in the profile, and it'll get you up here. You can come up and debate me from where you are. You don't have to leave where you are, period. Anywho, while we're waiting on people to get the testicular fortitude to actually join the line, there is a couple of things that I do want to talk to you guys about. There's a couple of things that we hadn't had the opportunity to speak on, and I know I talked about the actual. Reflector pool early, but there's a couple of things that have happened that I think is super important. And that starts with, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Donald Trump's new appointment for the Fed made the decision to not change interest rates. Did you guys see that? The new head of the Federal Reserve, after Jerome Powell is out, and Trump has been like touting the fact that, we have to have a new, we have to have an increase of the, or we have to have a decrease of interest rates. And then he appointed Kevin Warsh. And the first thing that he said was like, nah, we're good with the interest rates. It's because you can't just manipulate those things. Like, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Like, it's just, you can't just, and Donald Trump lied about all of the stuff that he was going to do. But at the end of the day, you can't just fucking market manipulate the way that Donald Trump is trying to do so. So that's something that I wanted to actually cover with you guys. Another thing that I wanted to cover with you guys know who Brian Kemp is? Does anyone know who Brian Kemp is? Yes. Yep. In Georgia. Yep. Brian Kemp is the Georgia governor, the overwhelmingly popular Georgia governor, which is insane. But Brian Kemp, who is the popular Georgia governor, well, he's maxed out as far as being able to be governor of Georgia. So instead of him actually just taking time off or blah 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 blah, he decided that he was going to run for Senate, and he wants to run against John Ossoff, right? That was the actual position that he's taken. So he is running in opposition of John Ossoff. Now, the interesting thing about that, while he is a overwhelmingly the popular Georgia governor, Donald Trump doesn't like the way that he handled the 2020 presidential election. As you guys know, Donald Trump told him to find those votes. There was a whole split. He wanted him to say that it was like rigged and all this other shit. And he was like, nah, we're not going to do that. Da, 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 right? So Donald Trump has always had a thing against Brian Kemp. And so since Brian Kemp is no longer able to be the governor of Georgia, he's running for Senate. Donald Trump, and in the 11th hour, made a decision in a tight runoff race between Brian Kemp and Brian Kemp and Mike Collins and Derek Dooley, right? He made a decision to actually go against Brian Kemp, and the support went to Dooley, but Dooley ended up losing to Mike Collins. But I say all that to say, Donald Trump made a decision to ensure that a Republican, because if you guys have you ever seen, yeah, he was down ballot. He was running. Yeah, he was down ballot, but he didn't get enough support. And so it pushed him down below Dooley and Collins. It's literally here. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I apologize. I was wrong. You're right. Brian Kemp was supporting Dooley. I apologize. So Brian Kemp was openly supporting. Thank you for correcting me. I'm sorry. JP, you're right. I was wrong, guys. Thank you. Brian Kemp was not running. He was backing Dooley, heavily backing him. And then Trump stepped in the last minute to help push Collins over the finish line. But the point being is, like, Donald Trump has shown that if you are not someone that's going to fall in line with him, he's trying to root out all of those people from the Republican Party. And it's just been super interesting to watch and to know for a fact that he is ensuring that the definition of a rhino has changed. The definition of a rhino is now anyone who does not sit at the feet of Donald Trump. The definition of a rhino is anyone who, for some reason, believe in what the Republican Party used to stand for. So that's where we are. That's literally where we are, and that's how the Trump administration has been running the party. A couple other things that I want to cover with you guys, and we didn't get a chance to talk about, but Donald Trump did actually inaugurate a new head of intelligence, right? He inaugurated Jay Clayton, which I'm pretty sure Jay Clayton is like a former J6 or some shit. Hold on. Or I may be wrong. I don't want to say that. Anyway, he nominated Jay Clayton. And Jay Clayton is he's the U.S. attorney in Manhattan. It looks like senators on both sides of the aisle don't really fuck with him because he made a decision to install Bill Plute as a loyalist and under him, right? But regardless, Donald Trump actually put him up for the head of intelligence, and now they're holding off on his confirmation. They're saying as of right now, actually, I don't know if we want to go ahead and get him into that position. But it just speaks to the instability within the Trump administration and the fact that the Trump administration has shown a propensity to make people wear multiple hats. If you take a look at Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State, holds multiple positions. Is there, oh, Harry Limes, you're in the comment section crying? I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Come up here and talk to me about it. Harry_Limes 420. You said now he just wants to hear himself talk because nobody's waiting to debate him. You won't come up here and debate me. I sent you a request. And if nobody's coming up to debate me, do you want me to sit here quietly? What the fuck do you want? That's so stupid. That was like, you guys don't have two fucking, don't deny the request. I'm going to send you the request again. I see that you follow me. Don't be a coward. Harry, this is your last chance. I'm going to send you a request. If you don't come up, I'm just going to block you. Don't be a coward. Don't be a coward. Don't be that guy, Harry. Send you a request. Get up here. Oh, Harry rejected it. Don't worry, Harry. In the words of Ari, I got some real rejection therapy for you. Just going to go ahead and get you up out of here. I don't understand people that talk shit in the comment section, but they're scared to actually, get up here. What up, Vivian? I don't understand. I'll never understand those people who like pop big shit, but are absolutely terrified of standing on what they believe. I don't get it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Fuck MAGA.
Okay, but are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Gosh, just want you to do the weird shit. I wonder what they get out of that. Like, does it make them feel all tingly or some shit? I'm so confused. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit to say, wish you had called out that Irish Trump ball gobbler for using the B slur. Trump doesn't care about you, but yeah, listen, I knew that he was doing that, and I was trying to get him to a place of like, pushing through the point because he was just going to keep crashing in even worse. But you're right, I should have called him out on that. I absolutely should have called him out on that. I apologize. That was in chat, Mander. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. If you guys don't mind, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up as well. Let's get the likes up to 500,000 likes. I know we can do that. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you want to debate me, guess what? You can click that link, and with clicking that link, it will get you up here for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. So we talked about the interest rate. We talked about the head of intelligence. We talked about what happened with there. A couple other things that I wanted to make sure that I covered. Oh, okay. I got it. 1 second, guys. My time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. I want you guys to hear this. So Donald Trump, who the sole mission of going into Iran, right, was to ensure that Iran would no longer have nuclear missiles, right? Like Donald Trump openly admitted that he wants to stop Iran from being able to gain nuclear missiles. And part of the actual peace agreement from Donald Trump, he just openly admitted in the conversation with the G7 that, hey, actually, it's okay if they have missiles. Now he tried to make the actual distinction between ballistic missiles and nuclear missiles, but he's like, actually, they can have it. Let's take a listen.
Sorry, one of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And Iran is...
What are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 84, 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and it, you know, you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked out. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them none. They don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And the people from the Middle East, you know, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all. But if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalination plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Cargill and I knocked out everything but the oil. I said 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil because I didn't want to ruin the world market because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have caused an international depression.
Iran's position,
Maybe not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program,
Yeah.
is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the third largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity. So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough in that. You know, it is a little hard though when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please.
So, not only did Donald Trump openly admit that they're not doing anything about the ballistic missile program of Iran, but they're also going to be able to continue to enrich uranium. If they're not getting rid of the missiles and they're still able to enrich uranium, sorry guys, if you're not getting rid of if you're not getting rid of the uranium and you're not getting rid of their ballistic missiles, then what the fuck was all this for? What was any of this for? None of that makes sense because you got American soldiers that have died. The economy has been sent to shit. Gas prices skyrocketed. Iran now directly controls the Strait of Hormuz, i.e. they just shut it down again this morning. What the fuck was any of this for? You said that I'm choking on how absurd everything is right now. You think so? Come up and tell me about it. Point being, the fact that Donald Trump has been openly willing to destroy the American economy, embarrass the American military, and demand more spending while American citizens are disenfranchised, all to take a fucking L is mind-blowing. That's why nobody wants to talk about the fact that we lost with this conflict with Iran. I know, you're good. It's absolutely mind-blowing. All good. That was in chat for playback by payback. It's because the meat stick was a little spicy. They said, did you see Diddy getting an early release? You are fucking lying. Ain't no way in fuck they letting Diddy out early. Yeah, no, I don't see that. Oh, okay. They revised his release date from April 15, 2028 to February 23rd, 2028. So it shifted back by a short amount of time. I thought that like they were letting him out like immediately or some shit. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $2 super chat. But don't just drop some shit on me like that and not give context. W's in the chat. So guys, I don't think it's worth hitting a restart, and people are too terrified to actually answer questions. But I want to stay on a little bit longer. So how about a Q&A? You guys want to do a Q&A? Anyone interested in a Q&A?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I thought you were doing the Q&A. That's my fault.
Oh, all good. I do the Q&A from the comment sections. Yeah, it's fine. Damn it, that was spicy. We'll do a Q&A. So if you have a question, I'm going to be looking at all the comment sections. So I'll take a look at the TikTok, the YouTube, the Twitch, the Kick, the Instagram. I'll look at all the comment sections. And if you have a question, you can drop your question in the comment section. If you directly want to ensure that I answer your question, you can always send something, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio, or if you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I'll answer that directly. One second. I don't think this person's gonna load. Okay. Lindsay, it looks like you kind of loaded, but then you're like out of the screen. Lindsay Nicole, are you there? You have to come back into the app. All right, drop it down. If someone wants to come up and debate, you can still come up and debate, but if not, we'll just do a Q&A. So you can drop your questions in the comment section and I'll answer them as I see them. We're answering questions across the YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and TikTok. If you directly want something answered, then you can always send something to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Santana speaks for you, or if you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I'll answer that directly. W's in the chat for Laura for the $2 donation, saying, how much Price is Right do you watch? Always humming the theme song. I used to watch it a lot when I was younger because my mom used to watch it. And so that's where I got that from. So, yeah. Shout out to Mama Jones. Shout out to Mama Jones. W's in the chat for Tess for the $10 donation. And Tess said, Collins, Courtney, and in Texas needed some good press at the Carmelo sentencing. Same judge over the verdict banned Jake Lang from Texas beside the court dates. Wow, from loyal Santana butt banana. Yes, yes. Yeah, no, I saw that. The judge that actually ruled on Carmelo Anthony overturned the decision for or not overturned, but like had the decision to let Jake Lang out free. Over on YouTube from Agent Sex said, Santana, do you know about Isaiah Martin? If so, what do you think about him? I was gonna FaceTime, but I'm not gonna FaceTime. Yeah, Isaiah, that's my little brother. I literally talked to Isaiah multiple times throughout the week. I was actually FaceTiming him while he was in the UK. So yeah. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, and drop it down. What kind of meat steak were you eating? Meat stick. It's a chomp. It's called chomps. They're beef sticks, and this is spicy barbecue. But it's a chomp. It's 100 calories and has 10 grams of protein. You love him? Yeah, Isaiah's dope. One of the most one thing that I love is getting to know people off the app, right? Because a lot of times you only get to know these people at a surface level, but the people that we see all the time off app in private, like those are different people, and I enjoy that. W's in chat for Danella for the $1 donation. Please tell Frida 10 she did an amazing first debate. Frida, W's in the chat for Frida. I heard you did an amazing job in your first debate class. Frida, you are awesome. And, once you get a little bit older, if you want to come and help Uncle Santana debate, I got you. Just keep doing your thing. W's in the chat for Danella for the donation, and shout out to Frida. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 super chat. Say, what's your personal views on butt bananas? Don't like them, don't advocate it, don't stick bananas in your butt. W's in the chat for its Rush for the $10 super chat. Say, hey Santana, question for you. How do you feel about Trump and HOS administration on handling special education? My son is special needs. I think it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting the way they're actively trying to dismantle the Department of Education and what they're doing. That's overwhelmingly harming those people that need those protections. And for those people that claim them like, oh, the education should be given back to the state and da-da-da-da-da. And the Department of Education, they haven't done anything. Like they literally don't care about those people that are overwhelmingly being harmed. And I think it's just fucking disgusting. That's my opinion. All right, guys, we are doing a Q&A. So if you have a question, you can drop it in the comment section. I'm looking at the comments across TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Instagram. I'm looking all across the board at the questions. So if you want to drop a question there, and then I'll answer. W's in the chat for Manders. No, I still haven't looked into the Albanian island thing yet, but I will put that on my to-do list. W's in the chat for Manders for the one cheered bit and the question. Let's see here. You guys are just talking about booty bananas. We're not talking about booty bananas. Drop your questions in the comment section, and I'll answer the questions, or you can send them to the pay links. How did you and management meet, and how long were you together? Love that you call her management. Yeah. She and I met at a work conference in Nashville, Tennessee. And like I was just like, holy shit, she's the most beautiful woman on earth. And first time I saw her, like time, not even being facetious, it's the weirdest shit. Time literally slowed down, like literally slowed down, and everyone else disappeared except her. Apparently she was sick, but I couldn't tell. I saw her when we were checking into the hotel, and I was like, gosh, she is gorgeous, but I will never see her again. And because I was there for work. The next day, I walk into like this big conference room, and I see her sitting beside someone that I know, and I was like, bingo, we got action. So I went over and sat beside the person that I knew, and I was like, yeah, what's going on with her? And she was like, yeah, da-da-da-da. And so throughout that week, she was friendly, and we were talking, and I was like, hey, can I get your number? She was like, I don't think so. And I was like, oh, okay. And then, like I still kind of and I was like, hey, can I get your number? She was like, no, I don't think so. And I was like, okay. And so then by Thursday, I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna keep, asking, can I get a number? Like, we can be cool. It's whatever. And because it was weird, because she was like, but she was giving off vibes like, kind of interested. Also, again, she's insanely gorgeous. So the entire time, everybody was trying to shoot their shot at her. Like literally everyone was trying to shoot their shot at her. So I understood why she was like, because like everybody at one time was like, let me get your number. Right. And so I was like, yeah, you know, she's not feeling me, so I'm not gonna, you know, keep bothering her. But then we got to Friday and we were all getting ready to leave, and I was like, man, I really like her. Hell, we're getting ready to leave. Might as well, you know, one more time. And I said, hey, you know, we've had a great time. I really like you. You're super interesting. I would love if I can get your number and we can stay in touch. And she was like, yep. And I was like, what? Come to find out. And she told me this later. She was like, I was planning on giving you my number the whole time, but I just had to make you work for it. Which is mind blowing because I had never been through that experience before. I've never, usually I'll say like, hey, can I get your number? If it's no, and then I just leave it. But it wasn't just like a no with her. You know, she was giving me some attention and we were kind of talking and da-da-da-da-da-da. So she was just ended up making me work for it. And shout out, that's my baby. So Debbie's in chat for Holly for the $1 donation saying favorite sweet treat. My current hyper fixation is s'mores. I like s'mores. Sweet treats. I like chocolate. So I really enjoy chocolate. So I have this protein bar. It's a Crunch It. It's a chocolate and peanut butter. I love like chocolate and peanut butter. That's the best combo. So if I had to pick a sweet treat right now, that would be it. Debbie's in chat for Kelsey for the $10 donation saying, I'm glad I caught your live yesterday and today, learned a lot. I'm white AF, but also queer and very liberal. Do you have any suggestions on how I can better / ally support for Black people, particularly in casual conversation? Thank you. Educating yourself. Like if you want to like really have these types of things, these types of conversation, and you really want to like somehow speak up for marginalized communities, then the best thing that you can do is actually speak from a place of being educated. And then if you're not educated on something, don't speak on something. Don't feel pressured to speak on things that you don't actually have like tangible evidence for or like factual information or you've taken the time to learn. Because once you do that, then you become more harmful than helpful. And you want to stay away from that. So educate yourself, speak on the things that you don't know. And if you don't know something, just say, hey, I don't know, but you know, I know someone that could possibly answer that question. W's in chat for Jessica for the $5 donation. If you had to share a life hack that helped you navigate the day-to-day easier, what would it be? Mine is hanging all my clothes instead of folding them because it takes less executive function. I think that's cool. The one thing that I've gotten into lately that's really helped me, because I have ADHD. And since I have ADHD, I have a really bad time in like finishing tasks. And now I am medicated, which helps a lot. But like yesterday, I don't know if people watched the live yesterday and saw towards the end that I was like really messing up on names and I was kind of all over the place. It's because I had taken my medication so early in the morning. I take my medication in the morning, and then by the afternoon, I take like a quick release to help keep me focused and throughout the day. And I hadn't taken my medication, and so I was kind of all over the place. But the one thing that I've learned that has really, really helped me is to create a to-do list. And so I write down all the things that I need to do, and I work through those things and I strike them out. And that really helps me focus and ensure that if there's things that I need to do, I'd get them done, because I'm really bad with procrastinating. I'm really bad at like forgetting things, and I'm really bad with starting things without finishing them. So that would be my life hack. Get a to-do list. Debbie's in the chat for Jay. What up, Jay? Who sent a $5 donation saying you my op. I know, but next time management asks you a question like what's for dinner, make her work for the answer and have your will updated. You tried hashtag butt bananas. You trying to set me up. You are really an op. If I did that, you guys would never hear from your old buddy Santana again. If I did that, you would never hear from your old buddy Santana again. So there's that. So make sure your will is updated. Yep. Hi, are you trying to support or disagree with something on the background? Denise, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Oh, I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry, Santana.
No worries.
That was really an accident.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
All good. Guys, we are going through a Q&A. So if you have a question, you can drop them in the comment section. As I'm looking at the TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Instagram, I'm looking at all the comments. But if you want a question answered directly for sure, you can send something through the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Those get priorities. And then we'll go from there. Blake, you said, bro, let you in. I literally just accepted you up and you ran. I hit the accept button and then you ran. Like, request back up. Are you a Trump supporter? Are you trying to debate? Why are you, just to actually like verify, are you trying to debate? How did I propose? On a mountaintop overlooking the ocean of Malibu after a helicopter ride. That's how. On one knee, on the top of a mountain in Malibu, overlooking the ocean after we took a helicopter ride. And I was so fucking nervous. I was actually legitimately terrified because I thought she was gonna say no. And then she told me, why the fuck would you think that? She said, you knew I was gonna say yes. I was like, well, you still could have said no. So that's how I proposed. W's in the chat for, it's Rush for the $10 super chat to say, has Santana a question for, oh, I already read that one. Sorry. W's in chat for Tess for the $10 or $5 donation saying, would your mini trans read, would your mini trans read Magna in other language if they had English language version accompany it? It's one I'm trying to. What do you mean your mini trans? Tess, you can reply to your message. You don't have to send another donation. I'm a little confused about your question. I don't think it must have been like an autocorrect or something because your question doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. W's in the chat for Tess. Yeah, if you don't have to send another donation, you can just reply. I can't make out what you were saying. W's in the chat for phone pranks for the $5 super chat to say, do you like FD signifier? He has a little smoke for Dean. I don't know who that is. I can't say I like him or don't like him. I just don't know who it is. Fun fact, I mind my business. A lot of times I don't know who these people are. I just mind my business. In the comment section, you said, how often do you get recognized when you're out? Not often. I've gotten recognized and it's terrifying. It's terrifying because I don't want to, I'm just a normal person. That's why it's terrifying. Not that I'm scared of people or anything like that. I just, I don't like, that's why when people are like, oh, I'm a fan, I'm like, no, you're not. We're in the community. The premise of like, I don't know. It's, I don't want people to treat me like I'm not normal because I'm just a normal person. Like, I'm just a normal person. What's your favorite book? Born a Crime by Trevor Noah. I remember the first time I was out in public with Parker and like nonstop, people just kept coming up to him and I was like, holy fuck. And then somebody was like, oh, you're Santana. I was like, oh, right. And then I remember the first time I was in public with Dean and it was like, holy shit. I had to keep checking on him because it got to the point where there was like a line of people wanting to take pictures with him. And we were standing out in the sun. I had to walk over. I was like, yo, are you okay? If you want. And I was like, listen, in 10 minutes, I'm just going to pull you away and say, we got to go. He's like, all right, cool. So he was taking pictures and it was a long line. And I walked away and I came back and I was like, hey, guys, I'm sorry. We got to take off because it was insane. But like, I have no interest in being spotted in public. People have talked to me in public and I've had conversations with them and all this other stuff and taking pictures. I think it's weird because I'm just a normal person. So W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 donation saying, you missed my anime question on Twitch. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back over to Twitch in just a second. And so was asking for a recommendation on where to learn about different forms of government. And also tell MAGA cries Twitch rocks. Yes, Twitch does rock. As far as like learning civics, there's a lot of different books. The one that I just finished, and I did it like on a whim just because like I've been wanting to make sure that I'm fully engaged and brushed up on civics, right? And so I recently engaged in 2 books. One book was OMG, what WTF does the Constitution actually say? Which that's by Ben Sheehan, which is really good because it actually breaks down, like in simple terms, not only the Constitution, but it also breaks down like the portions of the Constitution that are no longer viable and how those things look and work and da 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 da. And it explains things in plain English. And then at the same time, it says like, hey, this is my perspective. This is my opinion. You don't have to engage in this, da 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 da. So I think that was a really good one. I think that was a really good one. I got a couple other books that I'm going to read that specifically deal with civics, but I think that was a good one. And it was really simple. Let's see here. W's in chat for Kelly for the $5 donation. Good afternoon. Have you had a chance to read an article I sent you about Suntex? I could really add something to your debates about the JCPOA. Kelly, I might have. Kelly, can you don't have to send another donation. Can you reply to the donation with that link, please? W's in the chat for Ask Leslie for the donation. Said, I have a partner with ADHD. Any tips on ways I can help him? We are in the LDR, so he forgets sometimes due to his focus. The thing that I would say, if you want to help your partner, and especially if they're not medicated, if you have a good way of communicating with him, then like help them stay on task, or them, help them stay on task. Sometimes like the easiest thing that we can do is to actually help communicate in the best way possible to ensure that they are able to stay on task. That's it. Let's see here. W's in chat for Joanna for the 1. My mom knows my mom wants to know what's my favorite restaurant. Ooh. There's this restaurant in Columbia, South Carolina that's on Gervais that's called the Ramen House. And it has the most amazing ramen in the US. And I say this as someone who's tried ramen all over the country, and I love ramen. Like the Ramen House in Columbia, South Carolina on Gervais Street has the best ramen ever. Period. W's in the chat for Eureka for the $7 cash app to say, check your late nights email. Oh, you need more? Okay, I got you. Let's see here. That was in chat for Eureka for the $7. The question is, you recently stated that you support a matriarchy, but only for a limited time. Why would you want to fix something, then go back to status quo, and then end up back where we were now, even worse? Love you more to infinity. I love you too, Eureka. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm not advocating for going back, but I'm saying like the premise of just eliminating men from power as complete, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but I think a lot of people would have a problem with it. A lot of times when I try to debate things, I don't necessarily debate things from the position that I want things. I tend to debate things from the position I think we can get stuff done. And that's why I'm willing to compromise on that. Like, that's why when it comes to like, when people talk about like communism, I'm not a communist, right? But I think the actual ideology of communism is far more superior than anything else, right? Now, I do coalesce with a lot of communists who believe that, we can achieve communism through revolution, which may be possible. But then there's also people who say, well, communism is never going to happen because, in the words of Petty, we won't even dismantle the patriarchy. But I think that there's a way to get to a more perfect civilization for us, which I, as of what I've studied so far, I do think that like communism would be the optimal civilization for people. But I believe in like, you got to take steps. So the reason why I still participate in electoral politics is because if we can pull electoral politics further to the left and pull them to more like a socialist ideology within the governmental system, and then pull it to an actual social society, and then we can actually shift that from a true social society, then we can shift towards an actual communist society. So that's where I stand. The reason why I still participate is because unless the system is completely dismantled, I feel like I can somehow work through it. I'm good with whatever, as long as we have a plan. So I see Noah looking and making a face in the comment section. And the thing is for all my communist friends, if you guys got an actual plan for us to make this shit happen today, I will do it. If you guys got a plan to make it happen today, I'm down. But I don't work well without plans. So I know revolution, but what's the plan? Like, again, I'm down for revolution, but what's the plan? I'm with it. Exactly. The plan is to lock in and pray at the midterms. Noah. Devin's in the chat for Zumba for the $1.99 super chat. Say try s'mores with peanut butter cup instead. Really? I didn't know that was a thing. S'mores with a peanut butter cup? That's a thing. I didn't know that. W's in the chat for playback by payback for the $1.99 said, what's your favorite reasonable energy drink? I don't drink energy drinks anymore. I used to drink like Zoa, and I also drink coffee, right? And so I was drinking like multiple Zoas, which is supposed to be like sugar-free and all this other stuff. But then I was also drinking like multiple cups of coffee. And like I had heart palpitations and I didn't know why. And it was because I didn't realize how much caffeine I was taking in, right? And so absolutely don't drink Monsters. Hell no, don't drink Monsters. But I didn't realize how much caffeine I was taking in. And that's why I had like heart palpitations, which made me nervous. And so I stopped drinking energy drinks. And I just drank coffee and water and Gatorade. Like people are always saying like, oh, what's that in your cup? It's Gatorade. It's always Gatorade. Anytime you guys see me with one of these mason jars, it's always Gatorade. It's just different colors of Gatorade. I used to drink Bang too. I was like addicted to Bang. Like I love Bang so much that I actually bought stock in Bang, and then I lost. That was the first time I ever tried to like be a stock trader. When I had a corporate job where I was making a little bit of money, and I was like, I'm gonna buy Bang stock. This is gonna be the new thing. And then I bought it, and then it lost money. And I was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. I didn't even lose a lot of money. I just lost a little bit of money, and I was like, nah, fuck that. Ain't no way. I do not need to lose a lot of money for me to learn my lesson. The first time I ever went gambling was in Atlantic City. I had a work thing, and I was in Atlantic City, and I went to a casino, and I was so excited. I had $300, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go into the casino, and I'm going to gamble, and I'm going to have a great time. And I went into the casino with my $300. I put down $20 and lost that shit immediately, and I was like, nope. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. I left out with $280, and it's just because it wasn't fun to me. But since then, I've learned different stuff, right? So I play craps now, and I also play blackjack. But I also live with the mindset that anytime that I go gamble, because I really love going to Vegas, But anytime that I go gamble, I make the decision that I don't plan on bringing any of the money that I take back. So any money that I take to spend, I don't get additional money out of the bank. So like I'll have $100 and that's it, right? If I'm going to take $100 and it's $100, I can't go get more money out of the ATM. If I win more, then I can keep using it or whatever, but I can't go get more money. I give myself that number and I stick to that number. And then I expect to like not be able to come back at all with anything. So That's what I do. W's in the chat for Kelly for the $1 donation. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Got it. Reuters researchers say Semtex was deployed against Iran in 2007. I'm gonna read that, but I read the history of the CIA and I know what they did for sure in fucking Iran. It's wild. It's wild. W's in the chat for Anthony for the $1 donation saying, have you listened to Vince Staples' new album? I've never listened to Vince Staples' music, but Vince Staples is funny as fuck. He is hilarious. He is absolutely hilarious. W's in the chat for Alice. You said, have you ever read what the Bible really says about racism? By Lucas. No, I haven't. But also, I would love to hear their kind of thoughts because, like, the Bible doesn't talk about racism, right? So that's the whole thing. Oh, Tess. If you have a child that's trying to actually learn a new language, I think like the younger you are, the more susceptible you are to being able to learn language. For me, like reading another language isn't the hardest thing. I think, because of like who I am and the things that I struggle with, speaking the languages are the harder parts for me. And then like I know German and French, and there's so many similarities between German and French that I sometimes conflate the languages. So that's what we do. Who's your favorite current of the 4 emperors? Luffy. How's that a question? Luffy's my favorite. If it's not Luffy, then it's Shanks. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries, who sent a $2 super chat to say, Justice Plague is my wife, and she's a traitor. Really? W's in the chat for her. W's in the chat for Phoenix the Genius, who sent out a YouTube subscription. W's in the chat for Manders, who sent one chair bit to say, but if you're a member of an online community, what happened upon in the wild, that's yeah, listen, if I come across people like, yeah, I don't mind being recognized in public. I just don't want it to be weird because like I'm a normal person. So if you see me in public and you want to say, hey, what's up? Then yeah. Like, you could just say, what's up? I'm good with that. I just don't like having the whole, like that's weird. That's weird. I can't do that. We are doing a Q&A. So guys, if you have any questions, you can drop them in the comment section. Or if you want your questions answered directly, you can go through the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to get your questions answered. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and we'll read that. W's in chat for Test with the 5. Top 3 favorite actors. Denzel is number 1. Because my favorite is Training Day, but Denzel is just like, man. Number 2. God damn it, what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Because he's an older actor. Gene Wilder. Holy smokes. I don't understand why I was like blanking on Gene Wilder. Denzel, Gene Wilder, and Angela Bassett. Angela Bassett is a monster. Holy shit, she is a monster. Like, without a doubt, Angela Bassett. W's in chat, thanks for the donos. What other questions do you guys have? Let's see. Book of Eli was your favorite. Book of Eli was dope. Have you ever done Shakespeare? Yeah, I have. I was in Romeo and Juliet. And also Hamlet. I was in Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet. Training Day is one of the best. Watching any FIFA? A little bit. Just because like it's massive, and what it is management loves football or soccer. Because she's Ethiopian and her family are all into the World Cup, and so I spend a lot of time with her family and her, and so even the places we frequent with the World Cup, they're watching it everywhere. So yeah, watching a lot of World Cup. Shout out to my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is really getting into it. What other questions? If you have family members in Orangeburg, they most likely knew my dad. He was a supervisor at IMM and on only call center at work there. Yeah, no, my family is from the upstate. I only moved towards the Midlands when I went to college. And so all of my family lives in the upstate. Any other questions, guys? Do you think anyone will be held accountable for MAGA's BS going on? Yes and no. I think there'll be something, but I also don't think that it'll stick. I don't think they have it has teeth. Do you listen to Kendrick Lamar or like him? He's my favorite artist. Yeah, I like K-Dot. I fucks with him. So I absolutely listen to Kendrick. When did you start debating, and why'd you move to Washington? I started debating when after Kamala Harris lost the election. Prior to that, I was just hosting lives where I was hosting somewhat of a debate panel. That's what late nights used to be. The late nights used to be like just people debating certain topics, specifically politics, but ensuring that everyone got a chance to speak. And yeah, so when did I move to Washington State? I moved to Washington State in 2021 because management took a job here. And I took a couple of months, and then I moved here after her. Had to come get my baby. You're from Anderson? Shout out to Anderson. What would you say is the best book you've read? The best book that I've read versus my favorite book, those are two different things. My favorite book is Born a Crime by Trevor Noah. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Recently, the best book that I've read is Win Every Argument by Manny Hassan. That was like a really fun read. Win Every Argument by Manny Hassan was a really, really fun read. Favorite pre-time skip arc of One Piece? Scott Pia. Scott Pia. A favorite Gene Wilder movie? Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That was in chat for One Mighty Pen. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. How was being on Jubilee? Underwhelming. It's just my experience. That was in chat for Pamela for the, how do you feel about Santana's bananas? No, thank you. But I appreciate it. That was in chat for Tess for the 5. Bucket list trip for you and management. Also bucket list trip for your whole family. The Maldives. I think that's both of them. I really would love an opportunity to go to the Maldives, but I think that trip is just like that's a long trip. I think it takes 24 hours to get to the Maldives. So like, that's it. We got time for a few more. If you guys got questions, you can drop them in the comment section. I'll continue to answer your questions in the comment section. If you are, I am looking at questions in Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Instagram. So I'll answer the questions as best as I see them. If you want to get a direct question across, you can send something to the pay links. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I'll answer the questions there. What do you have? When do you think the Dems? Do you think the Dems will win the midterms? They need to hold a constitutional convention. I don't think we'll ever see a constitutional convention in our lifetime. Like, it would be awesome, but I don't think they would do it. Politics is so divided now. Like, more people are so worried. Like, you got to get money out of politics in order to get any type of substantial change. Outside of that, it's just like people trying to make money. Like, that's all it is. They'll argue just to make money, and they'll forget about whatever, baby. They'll forget about like the actual point, which is to like benefit people, which that's a whole thing. So, what's your favorite color? Red. My favorite color is red, and it's always been my favorite color. What's your favorite non-Souls game? God of War. Easy. W's in the chat for ET phone pranks for the $2 super chat to say favorite place in Charlotte, restaurant, etc. In Charlotte, I don't know, but I got to follow with Solid. I was on the phone talking to Solid yesterday, and I was telling him that there's this Italian place in Greensboro. Management and I went to this Italian place in Greensboro, and it was like the most amazing Italian food ever. In Charlotte, like, Charlotte has great food regardless. You can't really go wrong. You can go anywhere in the South and get like really great food. You can go to like a gas station and get great food in the South. No, I'm not in Charlotte. I'm from South Carolina, but I've spent a lot of time in Charlotte. W's in the chat. What other questions do you guys have? Or are we done? What's my favorite pastime? Right now, it's reading. But I also like gaming. I bought a Nintendo Switch, the Nintendo Switch to play while we were traveling. And apparently now that's management's Nintendo Switch. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened with that, but yesterday she was like, hey, can you bring me my Nintendo Switch? And I was like, your what? Can I bring you my what? Favorite board game? I like Rummy Cube. W's in the chat for management for the $1 donation said, how long are you going to be on, sir? I don't know. You tell me. When do I need to get off? I'll get off whenever you say. You tell me when to get off, and I'll get off. W's in the chat for management. Also, I'm going to send you that $1 back, dude. Like, what are we doing? Do you like Avatar? Like the Blue Guys? Yeah, I mean, it was okay. I'm not like a huge Avatar fan, but you know, it's okay. It was okay. With interest, my ass. And she didn't send me nothing with interest. Why would I send her back with interest? Do I have any hobbies? I like to watch sports. I like doing stuff that's related to like solving stuff, right? Whether it's games or like, I really enjoy Sudoku. Enjoy Sudoku. I'm really good with numbers, and so I love playing games that involve numbers. That was in chat from Manners. When are you going to do a gaming stream? I really need to do a gaming stream. I keep telling management that. Thank you for the 1 chair bits. I really, really, really need to do a gaming stream. That was in chat for Jay for the 2. Lana sent you a bunch of bits on Twitch, and Vash says you have to answer the questions they ask. Also, MAGA Cries is just jealous because I'm in Twitch. I know that's right. What did I miss? Oh, holy shit, I did miss it. I was just looking. It was in between what I read. That was in chat for Lana for the 100 cheered bit, or sorry, 500 cheer bits. Holy shit. Favorite fiction book. Oh, I read this comic about Black Panther. It's a Black Panther's comic. I don't read a lot of fiction. I don't read a lot of fiction. I'm sorry. That's the tough part for me. That's the tough part for me. Any other questions? Sudokus, yeah. I've never played Wordle. I missed yours? Phoenix, what question did you have? How did I miss your question? What's your question? Drop it in the comments right now while I'm looking. How do you feel about roller coasters? Fucking hate them. Fucking hate roller coasters. They're absolutely terrifying. Like any TV show right now, I haven't watched like new TV shows in I don't know how long. I watch the same things over and over and over. Like I've been watching Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Dubs in chat from MAGA Cries. Can you make me a model on Twitch? Thank you for the 2. That's a K question. Sorry, that's above me. If you want to be a model over on Twitch, you gotta. That's a K question. What are your weaknesses? My wife and my family. Do you like injera? I fucking love injera. W's in chat for Benjamin for the 2. Would you rather have flight or invisibility? Flight. Not even close. W's in chat for Julia for the 103. Do you have any pets? If not, what pet would you want? No, but management won't let me get. I want a red Doberman. I want a red Doberman, but she won't let me get it, right? Because she loves how they look as puppies, but she said they look too scary when they are older. Right. And so like that's it. What other questions? Yeah, no, fuck that. I would not ride. No, fuck roller coasters. That's stupid. I am black. I have enough excitement in my life just living. What's the last movie you saw at the theaters and how did you like it? What's the last movie we went and saw? I can't remember what the last one was, but we went and saw God damn it, what was the Sydney Sweeney movie? That was really good. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but that was really good. That was in chat for Elijah for the $1 donation saying, can black people be racist? Sorry, not trying to be offensive. Love what you do. Just want to be educated. No, you're all good. No, black people can't be racist. And it's not because black people can't hold prejudices. It's not because black people can't be mean or hateful. It's not because black people can't be bigoted or xenophobic. They can be all those things, but the mechanism of racism and what it entails and the reason why race and racism was created and how it persists through our society, it doesn't lend itself to being weaponized by black people. And so when people hear the term like, oh, black people can't be racist, they think, well, anybody can be mean, anybody can be hateful. Those are different things. And that's what a lot of people struggle with when they hear the like black people can't be racist. they don't fully understand what racism is and how it functions. And if they understood what racism is and how it functions, then you would be on board. Would you vote for Dean as president when he's 35? I don't know about 35, but I would vote for him. More so because I know I would get a position in the cabinet. Like I would vote for him because I know I would get a position in the cabinet. So. Mm-hmm. I thought I heard my baby coming this way. I thought we didn't stand Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, we don't. But that was like I think the commercial came out like after the movie or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't fuck with her though. Where you going, mama? I think it's time to call it, guys. I think it's time to call it. Someone said hello, management. She walked back the other way. I think she's listening. I'm positive she's listening. As a matter of fact, I just saw this. Debbie's in the chat for management. She said now would be good. I got you, baby. I got you. Debbie's in the chat for hold on, listen. Thank you for the 10. Are you listening? You're not listening? It's fine. You're right here. Debbie's in the chat for the $10 donation. Said have management follow Savvy Xavier on TikTok. He does videos with 3 Dobermans. Too cute. Thank me later. She's talking about no pets. Whatever. Debbie's in the chat. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here because we're about to do some shit. So we're gonna call it. I might be around a little bit later. I'm not exactly sure. But anywho, let's hit it.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate. This a mind game. Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Hey, Debbie's in the chat for the chat. Debbie's in the chat for the chat. Guys, I love you. Thank you. This was a pretty good stream. Like, these people suck, but I've said this over and over. Like, I would much rather spend my time talking to you guys than actually talking to these fucking chuds. So I appreciate the hell out of you. I appreciate all of you. Yeah, like I said, I might be around later or whatever. I'm not exactly sure, but you know, at least your boy will be back in the morning. We'll do that. Thank you, guys. I love you. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for all being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always, peace.